never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. There were questionable moves made by top people in the FBI surrounding January 6th. That's the assertion from several documented whistleblowers who testified before the House Republican Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. Former FBI Special Agent Steve Friend says,
in addition to an indefinite unpaid suspension, the FBI initiated a campaign of humiliation and intimidation to punish and pressure me to resign.
He said those investigations deviated from standard practices. There's more confidence being expressed now about the prospects for a debt ceiling deal by next week. The U.S. Senate is going ahead with its scheduled recess. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he'll call senators back within 24 hours' notice to take a vote. Congress must pass a debt ceiling increase by the first week of June or risk a default. Montana's governor says he's not too worried about groups that would oppose his new ban on TikTok.
We've looked at it from all facets, and we believe we're going to stand up and protect the people here in Montana. I think that's what Americans want, and we've taken this decisive action to do so.
Governor Greg Gianforte signed the legislation to ban TikTok from operating in the state this week. A group of TikTok users has filed a lawsuit to block the ban. More Americans are testing positive for marijuana after workplace accidents than ever in 25 years, a report from Quest Diagnostics shows. And Wendy's is testing an underground robot system to pick up your orders.
The fast food company is partnering with Pipedream, a hyperlogistics company. The instant pickup portals will be next to parking spots, and robots will carry meals underground to customers' cars. The company also announced earlier this month that it's teaming up with Google to add AI to the menu to answer customer questions and take their orders. I'm Dave Collins.
This is USA News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text PRIDE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text PRIDE to 321321. That's PRIDE to 321321.
Migrants are being moved from a New York City school gym after parents protested the decision to hold them there. The incident turning into a flashpoint of the immigration surge in the U.S. Parents at PS 188 in Coney Island say they were never informed of New York City Mayor Eric Adams' plan to house the migrants there and immediately began protesting in front of the school. Adams soon backed off the plan and moved the migrants to a temporary shelter. The smoke from massive wildfires in Canada is impacting U.S. skies and driving conditions. National Weather Service meteorologist Dylan Dodson explains how the smoke's able to travel more than 1,000 miles.
You always see those plots of the jet stream and the winds aloft. It gets kind of caught up in that, and then it just kind of drifts down to wherever that flow is at the time. So it just so happens that Iowa's within that, and it's drifting down into us.
Residents in Seattle, Pittsburgh, Chicago, the Twin Cities, Bismarck, Topeka, Kansas, and Pendleton, Oregon, and elsewhere are being warned of the smoke. And Nike is removing Memphis Grizzlies star Ja Morant's sneakers from its website after he was shown holding a firearm in a social media video for the second time in less than 2 months. Morant was seen holding a firearm in an Instagram Live video last weekend just after having been suspended 8 games for an Instagram Live video in which he appeared to be holding a firearm in a Denver nightclub. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, It don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, would you looky there? Bada boom, bada bing, here it is. We hit the midnight hour on the East Coast. Yeah, know what that means. It's that time once again. I get this show on the road. Welcome aboard. As we kick off the Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here in the Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio, another quiet night. Pretty nice out there. It's a clear night. 57 degrees is what I'm seeing outside the bunker this hour. We'll take that. What's on the slate as we roll into the weekend? All right, we've got a full 5 hours coming your way, hopefully. We've got plenty of prep to get us through. Interesting how our first hour last evening, much of our discussion was about brokers, double brokering, and some of the various fraud that takes place on the broker boards. Lo and behold, after all that discussion, we got an update from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration this past day, talking about the broker issue. Confirming that they are working on a broker transparency issue very intently, was the quote from the FMCSA's administrator. And they plan to start a rulemaking very soon. How about that? We'll tell you what, what's her name? Hutchinson had to say, the FMCSA administrator. And also gave a bit of an update what's going on with the potential speed limiter mandate. So we've got that covered. Hey, we take a look at our travelers' weather, how things looking for moving that freight around the country tonight. Little more activity than we've seen much of this week. As far as showers, some thunderstorms, none of it's severe once again, so that's the good news. But do have some pretty decent areas of rain, central and western portions of Kansas on over into the eastern reaches of Colorado. Another soggy night in the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Amarillo had some pretty torrential rains pushing through over the past hour. Yeah, still going to have some lingering showers for the next several hours. It's almost like the monsoon season. Heat wave brought up last evening there in parts of New Mexico. You've got the spotty showers throughout portions of New Mexico. It's not a widespread area, but aside from that, much of the country looking pretty good. We head down into the southeastern USA. We're looking at, say, from Montgomery, Alabama, down toward Dothan, Alabama. Some showers, maybe a rumble of thunder in the mix. Mostly light rain through central and eastern portions of South Carolina up into southern portions of North Carolina. And again, most of that is on the lighter side. But forecasters say rounds of severe weather will be potentially in the mix as we head to a Friday and wrap up the work week. The stormy culprit is that cold front sweeping from the northwest toward the southeast through the nation's midsection here as we roll into a Friday. Now, compared to what we saw, say, on Wednesday of this week, severe weather, storms are expected to drop further to the south across the plains through the overnight hours tonight. Forecasters say the risk of tornadoes lower than last week, but the dry conditions. This is welcome rain, beneficial rain for many areas that have been so dry as of late. So what are we talking about? What sort of threats here? Looks like winds will be the biggest threat. Yeah, enough to bring down some trees and power lines. That'll be the main hazards once again to close out the week. Looks like the Dallas-Fort Worth area will also find yourselves in that risk zone, the greatest risk of severe thunderstorms later in the day today. Now, that would be obviously the activity we're looking back toward the, I just mentioned, toward Amarillo. That's all going to be dropping to the south and east through northern Texas. Travelers along I-30, I-35 could see some slower driving conditions, ponding of water on the roadway. If you have outdoor plans for later in the day today, keep an eye to the sky. Seek shelter with the first rumble of thunder. All right, stormy weather may not be ideal for the outdoor plans or travel plans, but as I mentioned, it is welcome news for those that are in dire need of some rain in that region. It's not going to be enough to totally eliminate the drought conditions, but it will definitely put a dent into things. In addition to the wet weather into the day Friday across the hardest hit drought areas, AccuWeather said there will be some more opportunities for some rounds of showers or even thunderstorms, dropping more beneficial rain across the plains here in the coming days, the final days of May. As, believe it or not, we're already into the 19th day of May. Welcome into a Friday. Hey there, out of the box, Rock Pick joins us. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls out there. Looking at 47, clear skies in Rochester. Got the PGA and the Lilac Fest both going on here. The hot weather's going to bring out some huge crowds. So, folks in the Rochester area, you can expect clogged roads. But a happy Friday, all those hardworking Americans out there. Enjoy your weekend if you get one. Rumble is up. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Thank you for the update there, Rock Picks. So the PGA Tour. All right, I'll have to tune into some of that this weekend. Philly Dan, TGIF, I got you. Is that a beard you shared there? Day 3 of the 72-hour road check, the Blitz. And yes, there was a lot of DOT in Long Island, New York this past day, but I was able to avoid them. All right, big smiley face there. Everybody have a great weekend. So, guys, I guess technically, yes, the 72-hour road check just concluded officially, according to the calendar at the midnight hour here. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All right, so did you survive? You survived another 72-hour blitz out there. Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew are ready for the weekend. Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line tonight. Got 61 degrees, headed back to Columbus. Pappy, hello, Pappy. 58 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It's the last night off for me, but TGIF for all you nocturnal listeners of the Overnight Drive Radio with Mr. Summers from the Hotshot Secret Gold Eagle Secret Bunker, somewhere the far side of southwest Hamilton County. There you go. Let me see there. Hello, High Tech. What's going on? You crossed my mind here. Believe it or not, I don't know, maybe it's ESP. Earlier this evening said hadn't heard from High Tech since I saw him there in Louisville. Didn't get to spend a whole lot of time as we were so busy broadcasting there. But, he brought his little trucker in. He shared a video. I'm assuming that's got something to do with the little trucker. That's his dog. Let's see. Good morning to the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. Cool, calm, and clear, just like Mr. Summers here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Roy is on board, Northwest Illinois, with 68 degrees at this hour. That's almost a little taste of summer, isn't it? Copy the mail, 5-7. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. I'm going to make my drop for the weekend here as we'll head out for another barbecue competition on Saturday We'll be at the Twin Valley Fire and Smoke, Morgantown, Pennsylvania. All right. Good luck there with the competition this weekend. Let's see. Two-time world champion Bull Shish Kebab in the house, right? Hello, Lauren Weiss. That's two-time world champion Bull Holler. Good morning, Steve. 64 degrees in Hinton, Iowa tonight. I got this chrome-plated cow truck pointed the opposite direction this morning. Yes, as expected, at a high rate of speed. I'm going to be unloading at 6 a.m., then we'll head home to the hot-looking blonde. There you go. We've done it before. Let's do it again. Hey, a very special one-night-only shout-out to, Steve Summers. Thank you much, Mr. Weiss. Good to have you on board. Bidu checks in. Good morning to the overnight crew. Hello, Daniel. He's on board from Sumner, Washington tonight. 74 degrees. Buckeye Boy. In from my last night in Grants, New Mexico. 51 degrees. Yeah, I had a little bit of rain today, a light, steady rain. Nothing heavy, though. Can't wait to get started home. So everybody have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Yeah, it's a long way to get home from New Mexico to Georgia, huh? It is 844-844-3388. It is, of course, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I had a couple listeners send me the headlines out of Moraine, Ohio, up toward the Dayton area, WDTN and several of the local stations. Not a lot of detail, but I guess several hours ago, police responding to a confirmed shooting at the D-Max plant there in Moraine. Let's see, this is multiple ambulances responded to the scene, according to the, again, WDTN. D-Max is a subsidiary of General Motors, where they actually build the Duramax engines, the turbo diesel engines there, the D-Max plant. Employs approximately 800 people there. Now, the update from about 1 hour ago said police confirmed the active threat has ended at that point in time. Not really a whole lot of info. The first report that Eskimo mom sent my way said at least one, perhaps a second, was shot in what was at the time, going back a couple hours ago, active shooting incident at the D-Max plant there. Big facility, 540,000 square foot manufacturing facility. Again, where they produced the Duramax engines, opened up in 1999. So if I get any further updates, I'll be happy to share it with you, but that's all we have at this hour. All right, Robin Hutchison is the FMCSA administrator, and she sat down with Landline Now Scott Thompson talking about a variety of trucking issues, including the broker transparency and speed limiters. She says, your listeners should know we have quite a lot of things going on with the broker space, and really we're seeking to understand what the biggest issues are and looking at what our regulatory authorities and responsibilities are in this area. Now, OOIDA had petitioned the FMCSA back in May of 2020, asking the agency to begin the rulemaking process for more transparency in trucking transactions with brokers. The petition specifically asked to require brokers to automatically provide an electronic copy of each transaction record that would be within 48 hours after the contractual service has been completed. And secondly, to explicitly prohibit brokers from including any provision that requires a carrier to waive their rights to access the transaction records, which apparently is a fairly common practice. Now, Regulation CFR 371.3 already requires that brokers keep records of each transaction with a carrier and that each party to the transaction has a right to view those records. Then in March, the FMCSA notified OOIDA that they had granted the petition and would soon be publishing a rulemaking regarding broker transparency. They also granted a petition from the Small Business and Transportation Coalition. At the same time, the FMCSA informed the Transportation Intermediaries Association that it was denying their petition to actually eliminate CFR 371.3. That, of course, the Transportation Intermediary, the TIA, that's the broker's side. Yeah, the FMCSA is expected to unveil a notice of proposed rulemaking soon, was the word. We are working on the issue very intently. We'll be sharing more information about our rulemaking agenda come this spring. Well, okay, so it's springtime. Now, Hutchinson also told Landline that a notice of supplemental proposed rulemaking regarding speed limiters has now been kind of bumped to late summer or maybe early fall. It had been expected here in maybe June or July. Yeah, they did point out that with the sheer number of comments, the more than 15,600 comments that had come in, with the majority coming from truck drivers who are opposed to the mandate. She admitted that. She said the overwhelming number of comments played a role in delaying our next step, which again had been forecast for June, and we bumped that to later this year. So an update from the FMCSA this past day. Meanwhile, where did our explosive pellets go? Do what? A railway carrying 30 tons of explosive chemicals apparently arrived at its final destination empty. According to KQED, the train car was loaded in Cheyenne, Wyoming on April the 12th with 60,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate, which of course is often used to make explosives, matches, and fertilizers. In this instance, the chemicals on the train car belonged to Dyno Nobel, a commercial explosives firm. But after a 2-week-long trip to California that made several stops along the way, the rail car previously loaded with the chemicals was found empty. Now, while the shipment went missing in April, again, this is going back April the 12th, not May, the explosive company filed a short incident report to the Federal National Response Center on May the 10th. Dyno Nobel stated that it suspects the chemicals fell from the train car when moving from the main track to a rail siding. They added the shipment was transported in pellet form in a covered hopper rail car similar to cars used to haul coal. A spokesperson for the company told KQED the rail car was sealed when it left the Cheyenne facility, and the seals were still intact when it arrived in Saltdale. Now, the initial assessment is that a leak through maybe the bottom gate on the rail car may have developed in transit. Dyno Nobel noted that it had limited control over the shipment while it was being transported by Union Pacific. Spokesperson for the Railroad Administration believes one of the gates on the hopper car may not have been closed properly. So the rail car is on its way back to Wyoming to be inspected. This is being investigated by the Federal Railroad Administration, California Public Utilities Commission, Union Pacific, and Dyno Nobel. So I guess maybe somewhere along that line, from Cheyenne to California, maybe is there a trail of ammonium nitrate pellets along the rail tracks? It should be pretty simple to assess, I would assume.
USA News Update. A congressman from South Florida is touting a new immigration bill passed by the House. Republican Mario Diaz-Balart's Secure the Border Act would make changes to the asylum process, end what's known as catch and release, and restart construction of the border wall.
The other thing is that it goes after the cartels. It also protects the children that are being exploited and trafficked.
The White House says it would make things worse, and President Biden's threatening to veto the measure. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will launch his bid for the White House next week. That's according to multiple reports, which cite sources familiar with the decision. A 2024 run by the Republican has long been speculated, with him running second to former President Trump in polls for the GOP nomination. DeSantis filing formal paperwork with the Federal Election Commission is expected to coincide with a 2-day meeting with donors in Miami next week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
You love your pet, right? So imagine if you were suddenly faced with thousands of dollars in veterinary care. What would you do? Could you make the difficult decision not to help your best friend? If you join PetSavingsUSA.com, you never have to make that choice or face those kind of expenses. That's because Pet Savings USA members enjoy discounted pet insurance to cover both standard and emergency vet bills. In addition, members save up to 50% on staples like food, toys, and treats, all at major pet retailers. You'll love
the roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. What do we got? Hey, Friday, TGIF, 844-844-3388. Jack checks in, says, good morning, Steve, and all my fellow drivers. You got 61 degrees over here in Merrimont. Loading up, and just quickly wanted to say, I'm losing faith. They show us all this evidence that clearly demonstrates our Democrat presidents are being paid off by other countries through his son, and they'll do nothing about it. They show us the evidence of the LLCs, 12 family members receiving money into their bank accounts from countries all around the world, yet they do nothing about it. All we can do is keep working hard and look out for each other. God bless you, your family, and all the other drivers out there. Stay safe. Mad Dog loves you. All right, Mad Dog, yeah, it does. You do begin to lose faith, don't you? Thomas, hey there, breaker. Howdy, y'all. Several people were saying, where's Marianne? She's on board. Morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Good morning, Dipsy driver, Lily, Pappy. Everybody have a great weekend. Very good. All right, couple of others down the line here. Santa Claus, as they continue the grand tour. What do we have? Update tonight. Top of the morning, Steve. We've got 66 degrees here in Nashville, Tennessee. Just left the Grand Ole Opry. Watched Larry Gatlin and his brothers. Sawyer Brown, Riders in the Sky, and other classic country stars. It was a hell of a show. Tomorrow, we'll be heading to party on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. We've had a busy few days here. Enjoyed downtown Cincinnati. Had a great time in Gatlinburg yesterday. We're kind of bar hopping downtown Nashville this past day. Of course, leading up to the Grand Ole Opry. Santa Claus. All right. So off to New Orleans now. Next stop on that journey. Let's see. That Dipsy driver, I believe, said, I did spend some time at Duramax servicing a crankshaft, a bore honing machine. All the workers were really good to me. Hard to believe somebody was shooting in the plant. Yeah, we don't have a lot of detail. And again, don't know if it was one or two. I mean, they had quite the response. But whatever it was, is settled now. So that's the good news, I suppose. Meanwhile, to the phones we go. Well, there he is. What's going on, High Tech?
Let me get you off speakerphone here. Well, I just listening to all the wonderful news going on today. That trailer load of fertilizer. First off, that ammonium nitrate, they're all coming pellets. All you got to do is fly over the track after it rains and look for a real long stretch of green grass. Because wherever that stuff hits, the grass will grow nice and green.
Okay.
So, yeah. Other than that, I couldn't stick around the show too long. My house sitter that was watching the dogs couldn't handle it. She went nuts.
Really?
Said she couldn't sleep. The dogs wouldn't quit barking. They were biting her.
Wow, okay.
Well, they don't. I mean, women are strange, Steve. They want to do everything with, oh, I can handle it. I just show them love. Well, you know what? Occasionally, you got to use the carrot along with the stick, you know. So I told her, left her a little old long buggy whip. I said, all you got to do is snap it at them, you know. You don't have to hit them with it. Just snap it, and they'll leave you alone. And they'll shut up, too. But other than that, I had to leave a little bit early. So
did you make any contacts for the Little Trucker Kennel?
Oh, yeah. I not really. Well, some, yes and no. I mean, I've got a thing going on Facebook right now. I only got 2 puppies to sell. I mean, if I could build these things, you know, if I could go out in the shed and build these little dogs, I'd be a rich man. But I can't. And I got to wait on Mother Nature to do the thing for me.
All right.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the corruption up there at Biden. Have you, well, actually, the rap song that I made the dogs lip sync, the same artist did a thing called Dirty Money. Have you heard about it?
I have not, no.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he even in that rap song, he mentions the truckers, you know, getting their money stole by the Canadian government. Nobody knows still doesn't know where all that money went to, all those donation money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was talking about all the corruption. And, almost makes me a rapper. Now I listen to that guy a little bit. I said, wow. And then I heard that rap song. It was People So Stupid. And I said, you know what? That would be the perfect song to put with a bunch of little dogs lip syncing the thing like they're telling people they so stupid.
So did you did you get your Chat GPT to put that together? Or?
No, I put that together. I mean, I got Midjourney to do the artwork. I mean, there's one little puppy in the artwork that I did with a regular photograph because that part of the rap song was talking about abortion, and it was saying, let's see if I can get this straight. Bacteria on Mars is life, but a heartbeat on Earth is not. That don't make no sense.
Wow.
You know, so it's all it's a anti-woke rapper. Let's put it that way. I mean, he did one In God We Trust. I thought that was pretty good. That was a combination with a bunch of redneck rappers. I said, I didn't know rednecks did rap.
Right.
Yeah, so had a redneck rapper and one of these guys, I think he was a wrestler, or MMA fighter rapper, was on there doing the In God We Trust.
Yeah.
So it was pretty good, but anyway, I saw that one. I said, that just looks like it would be too funny to have a bunch of. Well, I could have probably done it with anybody's dogs, you know, just a group of dogs telling people, "You so stupid." You have to. He sings it a lot better than I can say it.
Right.
So all I did is put in a bunch of different drawings of dogs, and their mouths are moving to the music. And anyway, I thought it was funny.
I'll
Hope
have
I don't
to
get
check
sued
that out,
for it.
right? Copyright infringement.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it says on the thing on his YouTube channel that he doesn't mind people doing it, but then again, I butchered the crap out of his video part of his. I mean, I left the audio alone, but the video is totally butchered. So I just totally wiped out his video and replaced it with singing dogs. But I've seen you advertising for advertisers now.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering about that when you had to have a bodyguard sitting there while you're broadcasting. Had to have a bodyguard, and you just like back-to-back people talking, wanting to be on the air. I says, well, I guess this is really taking off now. So you'll be up there with. I guess you'll have to get some daytime DJs to do daytime for you too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Round the clock, huh?
Well, I mean, you might as well go 24/7. Truck drivers work 24/7. They don't just work at night. They all day. And I guess SiriusXM hasn't seen the light yet that Elon Musk is fixing to put them out of business. With that Starlink going, you know what? The Starlink 2 satellite is going to be powerful enough that you'll be able to actually send text from your phone anywhere on the planet. And eventually you'll be able to make a phone call. In other words, the cell towers would be obsolete.
Yeah.
From a phone. That's from a handheld device. As long as you can see the sky, you'll be able to be tracked by the government everywhere you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So, well, it has its advantages. Now, I'm sure they're going to record this, and well, I'm going to go ahead and say it. If you ever wanted to get away with a crime, what you do is you get these biometric watches and everything that monitor everything you're doing, and then you leave the watch on your girlfriend while you go out and do the deed, leave the phone there and everything at the house. Yeah. And then if they come after you, you say, no, look, there's my biometric watch, my GPS, I never left the house. So it's a double-edged sword. You can use it. And other people have done that and got away with it. So, that biometric and all like that, as long as you don't get photographed by a, one of them traffic cameras or something that they can prove you were out, you've got, technically it is still innocent until proven guilty. So they have to prove that you're guilty. So if you got this electronic gizmo that you wear on your wrist and this syncs up with your phone and they both agree with each other that you never left the house, who's to say that neighbor down the road that shot your dog didn't slip and fall in the middle of the night?
So what have you been contemplating here, High Tech?
Well, I'm just doing civil disobedience because of what the government's doing right now. I guess you've heard about the assault weapon, with the pistol brace thing.
Yeah.
You've heard about that. Well, you know what? They can't throw 40 million people in jail. It's time just to, give them the finger and say, heck with it. Of course, I technically don't have any firearms because long ago I got rid of everything that was that I had purchased that I had to fill out a form for. I either traded it away to somebody for something that's not in my name. It's nothing. So technically I don't have any firearms. I haven't filled out one of those government forms in 12 years.
Mm-hmm. So you're off the grid. Off the grid.
Well, technically, you know what? You can have automatic weapons, you can have grenades, you can have all that stuff. According to the Second Amendment, it's arms is arms. And you can get away with it. Just don't go on Facebook and YouTube and make videos of you with the stuff. I mean, most people sit there and that's what they do is they go out there and make videos. Look at me, like these gangs in Chicago are getting away with it. Atlanta's getting away with it. They got gangs showing.
Just heard in the news break there, the basketball player, the guy that got in trouble with the gun on Facebook, and he did it again. I mean, they're pulling his shoes off the shelf, whatever his name is.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say, if you want to have something like that, don't go show it to everybody. Save it. It's just like my good bullets. I've got special bullets that cost almost $1 a round. Now, I don't go out there and just target practice with those. I save those bullets for very special uninvited guests. And I think my uninvited guests should only have the very best. No second-rate stuff for them. So I save that stuff. I save it for them. I want them to go first class when they go out.
As they should. All right. Well, high tech. I gotta roll. We got to get to a quick timeout here. But hey, good to chat with you. We're going to talk a little more about your AI stuff coming up here. Yeah, they've got the Bilderberg meeting. Everything's top secret, but they're talking about artificial intelligence. That was front and center when they kicked off their meeting yesterday, Thursday, and that gathering goes all weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right. That's my cue to come back. All righty, so we're all familiar with the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, right? Not anymore. Hey, if your name's Frank You've probably heard a Frankfurter joke, or 100 of them in your life. You may be pleased to find out the iconic Oscar Mayer Wienermobile has officially been rebranded after nearly 100 years. Say goodbye to the Wienermobile. Say hello to Frankmobile. Yes, indeed, the hot dog-shaped vehicle, ditching the name that they've been using since they first hit the road in 1936. According to the press release from the parent company Kraft Heinz, according to the Wednesday release, the name change is meant to pay homage to their 100% beef Franks, as they're going to be debuting a tasty new recipe. The maiden fleet of 6 Frankmobiles will be debuting this week. They've got all sorts of new bells and whistles, new decals, and a new class of drivers, which they're referring to them as Frankfurters. Of course, driving one of those iconic vehicles is the ultimate honor among fans. They used to call them hot doggers. Hot doggers are now Frankfurters. Oscar Mayer would literally get thousands of applications from people to drive their Wienermobiles. Yeah, of course, they've cut it down to there's just 12 individuals that get selected each year. All right, sparking smiles and driving craveability from their iconic wieners for nearly 100 years. Of course, summertime, that's the time to highlight another fan favorite then. That's why they're talking about their 100% beef Franks. And as it turns out, there's actually an upside to sharing your name with a hot dog-shaped vehicle. According to the press release, if your name is Frank and you visit a Frankmobile, you'll actually get a coupon for a free pack of Oscar Mayer beef Franks. How about that? What do you say, Frank? Oh, 5'7", sorry.
No comment. There is, you get a thrill when you see that Wienermobile. I'm sorry. Seen it up there at St. George one time. And I don't know why. Just as a kid, we sat in, I got that little Wienermobile whistle back in the 60s or 70s. So, yeah, it's been around a while. And the guy with the dogs, man, radio is a theater of the air, man. So I could just see. I hope he was talking about wiener dogs. I just love them things. I can't have one. My wife's on a cane, and I'm afraid a small dog like that would get up under her feet and trip her up.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. He does the, I think they're miniature pinchers, I believe, little bitty miniatures.
Oh.
Yep.
Yep, they're amazing too.
Just the right size to be a companion in the truck.
There you go. Well, that's. I don't know any company I ever worked for where they allowed pets. That's odd. Brokers. It was only a couple times in the 90s, and that's when I just quit messing with them. Got stranded for Venezia Transport. This is about 1990 in Louisville, Kentucky, and there was no loads. Well, the company says, we'll go across the river. Mercer Transportation's over there, and it's in a truck stop. We'll line you up a broker load. Well, I go over there, and I tell them they have this load, whatever. I called my company, Venezia Transport out of Limerick, PA, and they had a terminal there in Marietta, Ohio. They said, well, give us a little bit. We'll get right back to you. I called back after 2 hours of sitting. The broker there at Mercer said, you better take it because I've already got 2 other guys that wanted it. And so finally, I call up to Limerick, and whoever answered the phone said, well, go ahead and take it. And so I did. It wasn't until I got just outside of Richmond, Virginia, get up, had a 4-hour sleep. This is paper logs. 4 hours sleep. I get, the morning check-in call before I run it over and deliver it. I get chewed out by the people there in India. And said, who authorized you to take this? I said, it was over the phone. Whose name? I didn't get a name. So that's back in the day. There was no Qualcomm. There was nothing. So it was my word against who knows that. So guess who didn't get paid for a load? So that was fun. But my favorite is Minneapolis, St. Paul, about 1995. I'm sitting up there with Burns Motor Freight out of Arlington, West Virginia. At the time, they're currently located in Sam Black Church. Well, I get up there, there's nothing. I sit there all day, call back 2 hours, and then finally said, give up. So I'm sleeping 4 hours. I wake up midnight Eastern time.
Right.
11.
All right. Hey, the clock says we got to pause there. We close out hour number 1. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Top Democrats in Washington say the 1917 law underpinning Congress's authority to control the nation's debt limit could be held in question against the U.S. Constitution. U.S. Senate Democrats have urged President Biden to keep the 14th Amendment in mind if a final agreement with Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on budgets and spending can't be reached. A portion of the amendment reads the U.S. full faith and credit shall not be in question. On Thursday, Speaker McCarthy said he feels more optimistic a deal might come together by next week. Several FBI whistleblowers claim the Bureau retaliated against them for reporting misconduct in the agency.
At each level of my chain of command, leadership cautioned that despite my exemplary work performance, whistleblowing placed my otherwise bright future with the FBI at risk.
In testimony before a House subcommittee, former FBI Special Agent Stephen Friend said the FBI suspended him without pay related to the January 6th Capitol riot. He said those investigations deviated from standard practices. A Florida congressman's calling out President Biden for his interpretation of what's really going on at the border.
Biden is threatening to veto an immigration reform package that passed in the House last week.
He claimed that the current approach to the border, the administration's approach is, quote, I'm going to quote it, safe, orderly, and humane.
But Representative Mario Diaz-Balart from South Florida says that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm Dave Collins.
The U.S. and G7 countries unveil a new package of sanctions and export controls against Russia over its war against Ukraine. And Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has introduced articles of impeachment against President Biden. The Republican alleges he's violated his oath of office by not securing the country's borders and protecting national security. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Major cities in the U.S. are beginning to regain some of the residents who moved into less dense areas during the COVID pandemic. Urban areas grew by nearly 0.5% between 2021 and 2022. About 2/3 of the 384 metro areas recorded by the census data observed population increases in that time period. The Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington metro area in Texas saw the biggest jump. Many urban areas in the South also saw big increases, with the Villages, Florida metro area up by 7.5%. A new study is ranking Texas #1 in something that is nothing to be proud of.
According to the survey from Forbes Advisor, the Lone Star State has the worst drivers in the country. The report says Texas is in the top 3 in fatal crashes involving a drunk driver, a drowsy driver, or a driver that is going the wrong way. 2 of Texas's neighbors are also on the top 5 of the worst drivers list. Louisiana's ranked 2nd, Oklahoma 4th. I'm Dave Collins.
And Hollywood's Actors Union is now holding a strike authorization vote as the Writers Union approaches the 20th day of their strike. SAG-AFTRA president and actor Fran Drescher says they're not going on strike right now. The Screen Actors' current contract with the big studios ends June 30th. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here as we roll into a Friday. Yeah, I heard at the news break they were talking about those wildfires in Western Canada, the smoke traveling thousands of miles. Last week it was, they were citing hazy conditions as far as the East Coast. It's all the direction of the winds. That smoke riding along with the jet stream. There are numerous states right now. If I can flip over here to the weather watches and advisories here from pretty much all of Montana. You've got Nebraska, Minnesota, Wisconsin, portions of Iowa with air quality alerts. With all that smoke, hazy conditions. Dipsy Driver chimed in about that here a few minutes ago, and he said we actually had hazy skies most of the day yesterday. And yeah, it's from the wildfires in Canada. I swear I actually smelled smoke once in a while. Nobody was burning anything. Actually had a level 3 burn ban in place. Looks like we will finally have some rain headed our way maybe this afternoon, Friday afternoon, finally. Yeah, the burn ban there in mid-Michigan. Sure enough. All right, we left off there with 5-7. You're talking about his pleasant experience with brokers, or maybe not so pleasant.
Well, this ends up being broker and owner-operators. I'm in Minneapolis, St. Paul, stranded up there. Was told to call back. Burns Motor Freight. I was riding for them out of West Virginia. Well, I did my 4 hour. All I could do is sleep 4 hours on the road. That's whenever I was over the road, that was it. You know, I'm at home, I can only sleep 6 hours. I want to wake up. But here, I get up, I have a dinner at the TA there, drinking coffee, and I see the broker room back here. I walk back and start watching this on the panel, and all of a sudden, whoop, on their screen, load out of Minneapolis going to Elmira, New York. Well, I go in there, and I tell him I can, I'd be interested in that. He said, fine. Told him I called the owner of the company, woke him up at midnight, and he jumped up and gave them all the information they needed. It was only a couple miles down the road. I get this panel too high on my flatbed. By 2 a.m. Central, I'm moving. I'm heading to Elmira, New York. And all these owner-operators come in there after me, and they loaded up. And these guys, as they would pass me up, I'm going down there with number one on this. It was like 4 inches tall, two panels, about 35 foot on the trailer. And, I mean, no real weight, but they were very delicate, so they couldn't overstack them. And they were facial. They insulated concrete facial for a building. And mine had number one on it. And, I mean, there you go. Number 2, number 3 blows by me by the time I get to Chicago. And I've got 20, there's 5 panels. And 24 goes by me. All these going across 17. It's a blizzard. They're flying. And they're all cussing me out because I was the reason why the rate was cut so bad, because I accepted the load that early when they just put it up on the board. I guess they would wait until the broker knew that he couldn't get the stuff there on time. Then he would raise the rates so they would make more money.
Yeah.
So I did. I robbed these guys. That was a shameful thing, but I got to Elmira, and that wasn't bad enough. I get to Elmira, and I'm at the back end of the line now. Well, at 7 a.m., they started pulling trucks into the crane. Guess what? They come all the way out on the street, down 2 blocks where we were all lined up. They flagged me, said, follow me, and I passed all those trucks to get unloaded. About halfway up that line, buddy, I turned my CD off because they all was giving their opinion of me. But
hey, you were
I
bet you were number one.
I was number one, and there's plenty of people in our trucking family that will agree with them. But hey, I got news for you. I am a wheel holder. I got a tool bag. I can nurse one back. I can fix things on the road, do a little bit here and there. But when it comes to the business of trucking, the brokerage, the paperwork, doing even the major mechanics, all this stuff, I love driving a truck. I love trucking. All the things it takes to keep, for these owner-operators and what they do, keep their trucks going. When I get home, I slam the door, go be with my family. they don't slam the door because they know they're going to start working on it right when they get home. So I've got great respect for them. Meeting the bills and the insurance payments, all that stuff, and I don't know how they sleep at night. But after that, I said, never again. And I never went to a broker board after that. I said, I got educated. but yeah, that's just my experience with brokers. And we're going to stay out of that end of the trucking. We just get the truck from A to B, and try to keep everybody happy. And other than that, you have a great weekend coming. I can't believe it's Friday already. So this B57, we're going to be down, going to South Georgia with a load of shavings.
All right, heading down to the swamp once again. Yeah, all right, what do we got here? I mentioned Dipsy Driver and the hazy conditions. Yeah. It is 844-844-3388. It was good to hear from Grump last evening. Been a while since he's checked in. He does that. You'll hear from him several times in a week, then he'll go a month. It's kind of like Big Ed. I keep putting out the bat signal for Big Ed. I'm guessing he's probably going to bed about the time we come on, so he's having to catch the podcast most occasions. But Grump's been kind of helping out. I shared his write-up here last week that was about maintenance for your truck. He's been writing some articles and helping out for Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle products. And over the many, many years when we've had Chris Gabrelchik on the show, it's almost inevitable every time we'd have him on, talking about products. Somewhere in the conversation would come up the question about, do you have anything that we can use to treat my fuel? Yeah, my fuel filter keeps getting plugged, and I've got algae. Somehow I've got this algae in my tank. And Chris was always, he said you have to be very, very careful with this stuff. It's not the kind of thing you could, I don't think you could actually ship it to people because it's a chemical that would actually, the stuff that's in your tank is a living organism. And to kill the living organism, well, humans are living organisms as well. You have to really be careful with this stuff to treat the fuel because it can make you sick or kill you. All right. So he was always very cautious about dealing with this stuff. But it is a problem out there. And we'll share with you coming up here. Grump put together a very, very interesting write-up explaining how to take care of that. And if you have an issue with the biocides. So, thank you very much, Grump. We'll share that with the audience here on a Friday morning. Meanwhile, let me jump over and see what's going on with Eskimo Mom. Hey, what day is it? It's kind of like you're a hump day, I suppose, right?
It is for Becky. I don't know. I don't know if I'm working into Saturday morning or not. Friday night into Saturday morning, I don't know. We'll find that out later on.
I looked up at the screen and I saw, hey, Becky, Becky, Becky. So I thought it was Eskimo Mom. So what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, all right. No, I do that for Becky. I call in and say, hey, Becky, 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 what day is it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Of course. Yeah. So anyways, there, that biocides there. Now, you don't want to get them on your skin because it's like flesh eating stuff. It'll eat your skin right off your bones. So that's a big problem of it there. You get it on your hands or whatever, and it just eats the flesh right off your body. So you got to be real careful and wear good gloves and everything. And you're right about the transportation of it. It's got its own shipping issues of containers and labeling and all that stuff.
And I don't know if they have if they use FedEx to ship Hot Shot Secret product. I don't know if FedEx could actually can they deliver the stuff?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they use to transport it with. I don't know if they have to have a special carrier or, as you say, if FedEx can do it. If they have it, double packaged or whatever, and put it in all kinds of different containers or something. I don't know, some sort of sealed thing that won't leak somehow if the inside container decides to leak or something. But yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. Oh, so we're back out on the Delmarva again tonight, just coasting along here. Nice quietness. Boy, I tell you, this is about the most boring piece of road there is. I haven't been on a piece of road like this. Just put the cruise control on and set back and sit at 55 miles an hour and watch what traffic there is go by and light near go to sleep doing this. But anyways, so I don't know, not a whole lot going on. Just thought to check back in and see what you had going. But anyways, I guess we were going to trickle some water in the fire truck there and put some water in the tank, and so they had it on for an hour or so. And the wife says, "Yeah, I'm going out, shut it off." And I said, "All right." And I'm heading to work, and she calls me up here a couple hours ago. Well, not even that long. It's probably been half an hour ago. And she says, "Hey, your fire truck's full." So out in the garage, we got one of those boxes like you have for your washing machine there. It's got the 2 little quarter-turn valves on it.
Yeah.
You just kind of give it a half turn one way to turn it on, half turn the other way to turn it off. And well, I got a coupler on it, so the hot water and the cold water will blend when it goes into the garden hose out in the garage, so you can mix it and have warm water if you want come out of the hose. And so when she went out, she inadvertently turned the hot water on instead of the cold water off, so she filled the fire truck up with warm water. And
oh boy.
So she went out, he woke up there and went out to close the garage door, and there's water running down the driveway, and she's like, "Ow." And then she realized that she turned the other one on instead of turning the one off. And so
whoops.
So anyways, fire truck's full of water and a little extra on the ground, and so we'll see what the recovery is for the hot water heater, because she run all the cold water through the hot water heater, so we'll see how that recovers.
Oh boy.
It's only a couple years old, so I have pretty good confidence in it. I don't think there'll be any problem with it. And of course, we're on a well, but we got ground table water so high that our water recovery, I forget what it was, but it was, I think they were figuring there was like somewhere around 90 or 100 gallons a minute without any problem for that well, and that's something like that. And so a whole lot higher than what some of our neighbors have. Our neighbors have some deeper wells and don't even have close to what we did. So I don't have any fear in that. Back when we were in upstate New York there, I used to top off the cement pond there with the garden hose. I'd go out there and I'd be starting about this time, about Mother's Day. I'd go out there and I'd put the hose underneath the solid cover, and
correct.
I'd start filling it up, and I'd pretty much have the water right up to the skimmer height, and I'd be to the point that I was already having water running off the cover that, because I had the water under the cover raised up so much that it was actually had that up high enough that the water that was on top from the wintertime was actually running off the cover on the ground.
Wow.
So we didn't usually, the only thing we had left on the cover a lot of times was, besides a little bit of water there, was all the mess of leaves and crap that all got on it all winter long, and try to get that slime and crap off. And then when you go to get the cover off, not have all that drop in the pool, and you're getting how it is trying to get that last part of the cover off and not have that one side just fall in and drop all that crap in your clean water. But anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. Didn't watch any news. I did acquire two used tires for the fire truck, so I got somebody had a couple of them laying there that I'd found, and so they're halfway decent shape. So I got one to put on to replace the one that the cap came off of, and so hopefully I can get that done in the afternoon when I get home, and see if I can have it all with 4 tires on the rear axle, especially now that it's full of water. Sitting there in the driveway, it wasn't bad when it was empty and didn't have the extra weight on it, but now it's full of water. So, but we'll get it done.
Your fuel economy won't be nearly as good.
No, probably not. But yeah, we got to let all the water back out anyways, because I still got some rust and stuff to clean up in there, and so I was just getting it filled up. I want to get water down into the pump to let all the packings and seals get all wet and swelled up, because they've been probably 10 years without water in them. So I want to get them all soaked up
Yeah.
good. And
How many gallons does that thing hold?
I'm thinking my water tank is 750.
Okay.
I'm thinking this one's 750. A lot of them are 500. Just on the regular engines, they'll be 500. Some of them, if you don't want the hose bed capacity, they'll put a little bigger tank in. You could have up to 1,000 gallons of water sometimes on an engine, and I know there's some that have had 1,250 gallons. But when you get out into your rural firefighting and you have what you call the tankers, you know, the water transports net, they'll be anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 gallons of water in those, especially when you have the tandem axle drives, you know, the 3-axle trucks with the tankers.
Mhm.
They'll carry anywhere 2,500 or 3,000 gallons of water, and that's pretty impressive to watch them come in, because they have dump chutes on them. And a lot of times the modern ones now, we used to have the dump chute on the rear. You used to have to back up to what they call the portable pond. You got a little metal folding frame with a tarp on it to make your own little swimming pool. They're usually about 3,500 gallons, and you'd put that beside the engine, and the engine would suck water out of that, and you'd bring your tanker in and dump into it. And they originally started out, they put chutes on the back there. They were like 10, 12 inches either square or round, and you back up and open the chute and drain the tank out there in a matter of seconds. And well, then they've gotten more modernized. They've learned how to put the chutes on the sides and everything, so, you know, space permits, you can actually drive up alongside the tank and dump out of the side. And sometimes you can have 2 trucks dumping at the same time and going to retrieve more water wherever your water source was, whether it was a pond a couple miles down the road, or if it's that close enough to a hydrant system where you could have an engine there that's filling the tankers out of an engine. But it's kind of a fun operation to see when you get into the rural firefighting and you actually have to transport water to do things. But, you know, you talk about, you know, water supply and stuff like that, and that's what the problem is with these electric cars when you get them out on the road, and that is that there's, you know, you don't have a hydrant alongside the road. You gotta, if you need, you know, 8,000, 9,000 gallons of water to get a fire put out, you know, you bring one fire truck up and you don't have anywhere.
You're not even going to
water
begin,
yet.
right? You're not even going to get
Not
started.
even close.
Yep.
And then you can only imagine, you know, that's just a little car battery. You can only imagine what's going to happen when these trucks get out there. You know, figure, what do we figure? They were 5 or 6 times the battery capacity for a truck over a car. So if you go 8,000 gallons of water times 5, all of a sudden that's 40,000 gallons of water. Well, that's 10 gasoline tanker loads, Your Honor. You know, for capacity size, it's 4 tractor trailer loads of the gas, you know, because you're talking like 10,000 gallon tankers. It's, you know, you need 4 tractor trailers just for one battery fire for a truck.
And that's where the fire department says, well, I think we're just going to let this one burn. Let it burn till it puts itself out, right?
Yeah. And then the big problem is what it does to the asphalt underneath, you know, because a fire that hot, you know, produces a lot of heat down on the surface of the road. And then of course you have highway repair after all that gets done. So, but anyways, I guess with all that nonsense, we pretty much bored everybody. I'm sure you can come up with something for a minute or two, and then you'll have your news break. Maybe you can come up with some interesting industry news or something.
There you go. Here on a casual Friday. All right. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. Well, we can say hello to Debbie. Good morning, Steve. A nice 60 degrees here in Indiana this morning. They say we're going up to about 81 today. Maybe some scattered storms, the way things are looking. Hoping everybody stays safe out there this morning, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a fantastic Friday, and hopefully everyone enjoys their weekend. All right, a couple minutes before news break. Scarecrow will be indeed checking in here on a Friday morning, casual Friday. And we'll see what Eagle has on his mind. A couple of, industry headlines. We've talked on this program. I don't know, is the mainstream media talking anything about a potential boycott there in Florida? CDL Life this past day shared that I guess they've done their own little poll saying there ain't nothing really to it. An alleged trucker Florida boycott is not apparently as widespread as mainstream media reports would lead you to believe. Last week, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill enforcing new penalties and restrictions for illegals in the state, undocumented immigrants, we have to call them. The new rules include requiring employers in the state to make sure their potential employees are legally authorized to work in the U.S. In other words, mandating the long-existing E-Verify system. After signing the bill, some Latino truckers took to social media, speaking out against the rules, calling for a boycott. Since then, reports of a trucker boycott in Florida have flooded the internet, including one article that claimed there were empty grocery store shelves due to that protest. Despite reports from the media, there seems to be little evidence the boycott's actually taking place. According to the president of the Florida Trucking Association, he says, I'm aware of the reports, but I've not heard of any issues. According to the poll conducted by CDL Life, Wednesday of this week, most truck drivers don't even know about the apparent protest. Of the 412 trucker respondents, as of a little before 1 o'clock this past day, 60% of them answered that they were not even aware of any such boycott. 27% said they were aware but not participating. And 13% said that they would not be hauling loads to Florida for the time being. All right, one member said, well, why not pick a topic that really matters, like freight rates, fair pay, overtime, versus this protest for the illegals? I got you there. All right, news break time, and we'll get back to your calls on a Friday of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Wall Street is closing with stocks higher. This comes as hopes grow among investors that lawmakers will reach a deal on the debt ceiling. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he's optimistic a deal could be reached in time to vote on it next week. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 115 points. The S&P 500 rose 39 points. The Nasdaq gained 188 points. Is he finally jumping in? Here's Skip Kelly.
The Washington Post is reporting that two people familiar with the Republican governor's plans say DeSantis will kick off his campaign for the GOP nomination as he gathers top fundraisers in Miami. DeSantis is also expected to launch his candidacy with an event after Memorial Day in his hometown of Dunedin.
Meta has reportedly fixed a Facebook bug that sent automatic friend requests to any profile viewed by users. Facebook told users to check their activity log if they wanted to cancel any pending friend request. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, yes, indeed. At some point, we've got to get to some of the testimony that took place. FBI whistleblowers this past day. And, of course, Matt Gaetz of Florida says, hey, people, the FBI director, Christopher Wray, lied under oath about the January 6th Capitol riot. That came out in the testimony this past day, again, from the whistleblowers there. We'll get more on that coming up. First, Scarecrow. What's going on, Scarecrow? Happy Friday.
Steve, you have to make it known to your listeners that this is not pre-planned programming here. Purely coincidental that I so frequently come in on Horsefeather's heels there. It seems like more often than not, he's breaking trail for me. But, yeah, regarding hauling water, back when my dad had his milk route and such, our fire department, they kind of counted on him and later myself to be the backup plan for when there was a major fire. It was generally a barn fire that time, but and they coincidentally were all overnight, which worked out well because they'll haul water for the fire during the night and haul milk during the day. But it's an interesting process. But I think my top night, I hauled 11 loads of water to a house or a barn fire. But Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Doggone. I'm on a casual Friday besides. How can that happen? Redneck rappers. Well, you really have to be careful on your pronunciating when you read that out quick, don't you?
Yeah, right.
Redneck rapper. Redneck, yeah. So, I gotta think here, trying to drive at the same time. That's doggone. Doesn't always work out the best. The news report there about Texas being the lead of the most unorganized, lousiest drivers in the country. Well, that's purely objective there. I mean, I think every area of the country is trying to gain that claim, even locally. I'm looking at just the last few weeks almost. It just seems like the red light running in our area it's totally out of control. I kind of refer to it as Colorado rules now. That goes back to, that would have been 2003, the first time we were out in Colorado Springs. Bride and I would come up to the stoplight, amber, and we slow her down and come to a stop. And, wow, that's just like the start of the Indy 500 at that point. I think more traffic blew through the red light than the amber light, And so later on the next trip out, heading out to fast food joint or whatever. So when red light was coming, well, I just stomped on it, and we got to the parking lot, and of course she played it up. She's got both hands clamped to the dash and big wide-eyed. And she looks over at me and says, "What the hell was that?" I said, "Colorado rules." Since then, we get some mileage out of that every once in a while. But I do have to play the serious part here for a minute here, Steve. I was going through my email yesterday, and I get Apple News, whatnot. I very seldom even glance at it. But the one heading caught my attention before I deleted it, unintended consequences. And then it was followed by EV. So I took time to open it up. Now, I did not read it word for word, but I got a lot out of it in that the electric vehicle production. Now we're talking about the battery end of things.
Mm-hmm.
Indonesia is basically the lead producer of nickel around the world, and they are looking to hopefully be the next, as oil was to Saudi Arabia. They're looking at nickel to Indonesia, and that currently their production primarily goes to stainless steel production and such. But these batteries, for EV electric vehicles and such, they have a significant amount of nickel used, and it's a very high grade nickel, higher grade than what is used, in stainless production and whatnot. Well, pretty much all environmental issues are just being tossed to the wind by the groups and such involved in production of this. They've come up with a new, it's an acid bath of some type and done under pressure or such. And apparently the hazardous waste generated by this is, they don't know what to do with it, but that's no problem. We'll just ignore that. And this is even from the government level and like I say, I just skipped through the article some, and it also made note a heavy amount of coal that is used in this process for generating the heat and whatnot. That let's all go EV and save the environment.
Oddly enough, horse feathers just brought up. Wait till we start having the truck fires. I just shared that It's a fire truck. You got the ladder truck trying to put out. It looks like one of those. What do they call it? Like a yard truck that moves trailers around in a yard somewhere. But it's an electric vehicle and it's on fire. I wonder how many thousand. They got the fire hose just, pouring water, but it ain't doing nothing to put the blaze out. Nothing.
Yeah, we heard a while back, weren't they creating some type of a spear or something would jab into the side of the batteries to fight it from inside and whatnot too? But yeah, it just the mighty dollar that drives everything, and there's big name players in this. Tesla, Ford, they've got their hands in it, and it sounds like China. There's kind of a backdoor approach there, but there's a as we've said before, be careful what you wish for, that you actually might get it. And so no, it was I read it just on my little iPhone, and I think I did not delete it. I actually want to go back to bring the laptop out and take a little closer look at it and such. But so anyway, yeah, I had to throw a little seriousness into the program for the evening. I will plan on coming back in with some casualness for the end here.
Casual Friday.
We'll leave it at that for now. There we
good.
go.
All right, and have a great safe travels out there, Scarecrow. Let me see here. Eagle is on board. It is a Friday, TGIF. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Not where the hell are you?
You can't hear me that good?
No, what's the background noise?
No, I'm outside at this concert place truck. I probably have to call you back. I thought my earphones would cancel out the noise, but apparently it's not.
No.
Yeah, let me call you back in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
I'll call you back in about 30 minutes.
Okay, well, he's at a concert. Wow, that was at first picked up. I was like, what the hell is that? Okay, well, yeah, call me back when he thought the noise canceling would drown it out. Nope, not that one. What do you say, Captain Ron?
Happy Friday, one day closer to Monday.
Thank you.
What? I see you found an intelligent caller. You got Scarecrow right after horse feathers. Good job. You stole my thunder about that Frank mobile.
Oh, yeah?
But that's kind of sexist, ain't it? I mean, being called Frank, can we call it Frank now? I mean, nobody's going to get upset about that, are they?
Oh, don't be putting ideas in their head.
Well, I kind of was thinking about something a little while ago with all this they and them and transgender and all this. I think it started with Johnny Cash with that boy named Sue.
Yeah.
What do you think? That was the first I ever heard of that.
Yep.
So, well, I ain't got much. I got some corny news. Did you know an ear of corn has an equal number of rows? And it also has around 800 ears of kernels of corn. That's just some intelligent answer there.
So, I mean, what was how many rows was the number? How many rows?
It would be an equal number of rows of corn on that cob.
Okay.
I heard it on the radio, so it must be true. I mean, I didn't get it off of Facebook.
Okay.
So it's got to be true. And I was out in the country one night, and there was a house fire, and all these, I guess they were pumper trucks, was dumping into like this pool that they had set up, kind of like what Horse Feathers was explaining, to put the fire out. That's kind of what he was saying, kind of made me think of that. But, well, that's all I got. I got nothing. Have a good weekend.
Just the fact that we're one day closer to Monday. Well, yeah, leave it to Captain Ron to point that out. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, got us a Friday coming on here. And if I can get back to Christopher Wray. Yeah, it appears indeed he lied under oath. In the hearing this past day before the House Judiciary Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, Representative Getz criticized Wray for contradicting the FBI's Washington, D.C. field office on the presence of January 6th informants. Now, two congressmen began by defending FBI Staff Operations Specialist Marcus Allen, who claims he was suspended for calling out abuses of power in the agency, along with agents Garrett O'Boyle and Steve Friend. So, Mr. Allen, you got retaliated against for saying the very thing that the Washington field office was telling Boston, when the Boston field office was saying, we're not going to go in and investigate people that just showed up at a rally without sufficient criminal predicate. The Washington field office told Boston, well, you know what? We can't give you the evidence because it might disclose the very CIs, which would be confidential informant, and UCs, which would be undercover officers that you're concerned about. In a subsequent post via his Twitter account, Getz suggested that the FBI director lied under oath to Congress when he indicated to the U.S. Senate in his 2021 testimony, March the 2nd of 21, Wray said there was no FBI presence. Well, the Washington, D.C. FBI field office confirmed that undercover agents, confidential informants, FBI assets were present at the Capitol on January the 6th, despite FBI Director Wray testifying to the contrary. Now, his comments arrived as House Republicans, led by the Judiciary Committee Chair, Jim Jordan, grilled federal law enforcement agencies as Alan Friend and O'Boyle explained their experiences in the FBI. Representative Kat Kamak of Florida said, I think it's pretty clear we've got a pattern here. If you speak up about the abuses you're seeing as an agent or sharing information that might not fall in line with the FBI's political narrative, you will be suspended without pay, you will have your security clearance revoked, and your life will be turned upside down. Indeed, pretty much the case. There was much more in the testimony that we'll get to coming up here. Meanwhile, 8 before the hour, see, Horse Feathers is back. Something he forgot. What? One last thing? What was that?
Yeah, I saw something there about there's racing going on down North Wilkesboro. Is Dale Jr. supposed to be down there running around the circle down there? Do you hear anything about that at all?
I have not. I'd have to do some checking.
Yeah, maybe check into that. I saw somebody had a Facebook thing going on. They've been down there all week, and so there's racing in North Wilkesboro, and Dale said something about Dale Jr. going to be running something down there. I don't know what league it is, or what ranking of the cars there are down there, but maybe you can check into that a little bit through a news break. And is our EPA, or are they going to be finding Canada for all this pollution stuff going on, emissions from these fires and all that's coming to pollute our
Right.
our air?
Yep. Right.
I mean, if we're 13%, how are we supposed to stay at 13% emissions if we get all this smoke from Canada in here? Just asking. But anyways, hey, and one last thing there for that 5-7 guy there with his broker deal there. All those other brokers didn't have to take those loads for the rate that he took them for. If they all let them sit there for as long as what they should have, all those rates would have gone up because they would have had to move them. So if those other guys took the loads at that lower rate that he took it for, that was their problem, because every one of those loads is an individual contract. So they didn't just set the rate on the first one that went out. They, if those other guys, they were worried that other people were going to keep taking them at that other rate, so that's why they all jumped on. But if they all held out, they would have raised the rates up to get them there, because they would have been afraid they weren't going to move. So, anyways, that's all I got for that. So, anyways, we'll let you get back to Casual Friday.
There you go.
Just remember, Casual Friday doesn't mean drive naked.
Right. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, apparently, I did a quick search. Yeah, Dale Jr., I guess he was, indeed. This was like Wednesday night from the NASCAR website, NASCAR.com. It's a photo gallery. Dale Jr. Races his late model with the Cars Tour at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Correct. It's like I said, it's a photo gallery, but the caption under the first photo, Dale Earnhardt Jr. returned to the Cars Tour to compete in the Window World 125 at North Wilkesboro Speedway Wednesday. It was his second race with the series and his first since competing at North Wilkesboro last year. So indeed, he was out on the track this week. How about that? Let's see. There's another story. Maybe about more details here from the Charlotte Observer. Okay, what do they say here? It was a bit sketchy. It was undeniably glorious on a magical night. And they're talking about, let's see. Racing begins ahead of North Wilkesboro's All-Star Weekend. So, yeah, Dale was there Wednesday night. I forgot this is All-Star Weekend racing. Yes, indeed. Couple minutes before we hit our news break here, so it's 844-844-3388. The week celebrating North Wilkesboro's resurrection, a week that culminates in the All-Star Race Sunday. Started in triumphant fashion. Dale Jr. said, I had a blast driving the car and racing everybody after the late model stock race. The de facto primetime event Wednesday said it's awesome to be part of All-Star Week. The All-Star Race is a big moment for the Cup Series and their season, and for the Cars Tour to be a part of this week kind of puts us on a big stage. Yes, indeed. How big was the stage? Well, it wasn't quite last August, but the race was sold out. All right. Yeah, the then dilapidated grandstands with virtually all fans wearing a lime green Sundrop T-shirts. Yeah, screaming so loud it made Dale Jr. say it felt like it was 1990 again. All right, so yeah, he was in that bright green Sundrop car that he was racing there that night. So the fans were out en masse to see Dale Jr. How about that? Okay, we'll get a news break. We'll check in with Brother Rambler is on board here on a Friday morning. And of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Senate still plans to recess next week as the deadline to raise the nation's debt ceiling looms. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said negotiations between the White House and House Republicans are making progress, and the House will likely vote on an agreement next week. He said senators should be able to return to Washington in a 24-hour period to take up the bill if that happens. Where do you conceal a gun on the beach in New Jersey?
A federal judge ruled it is legal for someone to take a concealed carry handgun with the proper permits to the beach, bars, restaurants, and public parks. Judge Renee Marie Bum ruled that significant parts of what Governor Murphy signed into law in December were unconstitutional. Attorney General Matthew Platkin condemned the ruling and says he plans to appeal the judge's decision. I'm Skip Kelly.
A new study is ranking Texas #1 in something that is nothing to be proud of. According to the survey from Forbes Advisor, the Lone Star State has the worst drivers in the country. The report says Texas is in the top 3 in fatal crashes involving a drunk driver, a drowsy driver, or a driver that is going the wrong way. 2 of Texas's neighbors also made the top 5 on the worst drivers list. Louisiana's ranked 2nd and Oklahoma 4th. The funeral of Britain's Queen Elizabeth II and events related to it cost the UK taxpayer around over $200 million.
The biggest departmental spend was around $90 million by the Home Office, which would have been footing the security bill. The costs relate to the state funeral itself, but also the period of mourning around it and the monarch's lying in state. Chief Secretary to the Treasury, John Glenn, says the costs allowed events to run smoothly and with dignity, as well as ensuring the safety and security of the public. Ollie Barrett, London.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Deutsche Bank is agreeing to pay $75 million to settle a lawsuit by a woman who accuses the German bank of facilitating the late financier Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking. Attorneys for the woman confirmed the Manhattan Federal Court settlement late Wednesday. Epstein was a Deutsche Bank client from 2013 to 2018. The Agriculture Department could be moving to ban flavored milk from school cafeterias. The USDA just closed the public comment period on changes in long-term school nutrition standards to cut down on added sugars in school lunch and breakfast programs. Martha Stewart is hitting the beach in a skimpy bathing suit as a cover model for the annual Sport Illustrated swimsuit issue. The lifestyle icon is 81 years old, making her the oldest woman to pose for the magazine.
Probably doesn't represent the physical fitness of the average 81-year-old. She is likely to be inspirational.
Dr. Fred Campbell at the University of Texas Health System says that Stewart is a prime example of why it's important for senior citizens to stay active. A Minnesota man is being charged for stealing the famous ruby red slippers worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz. A Minnesota grand jury indicted 76-year-old Terry J. Martin in the 2005 theft of the slippers from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
back at it here. Another hour rolling into a Friday. As we turn the page on the calendar, 19th of May. All right, hope you've had a good week. Kevin posted here a few minutes ago. He said All-Star Race Sunday. And he said Junior will be driving. I wasn't aware of that. I'm going back to Wednesday's race. Apparently, I wasn't. I'm not up to speed with what Dale has going these days. Guess he's teamed up with a couple of other drivers, and they bought what they call the Cars Series. Now, Wednesday, so Dale was racing. The lineup included Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, Chase Briscoe, all running in the late model race Wednesday. Chase Elliott, William Byron, Noah Gragson, and sports car star Jordan Taylor also headlined on Wednesday. Junior finished 16th in the race, but he admitted he again felt like a winner without actually visiting victory lane on Wednesday. Spoke after the race. He said, things look good right now. Things look really good. Got a lot of excitement, having fun. I didn't know when I'll run again, but until then, we're going to keep trying to make the Cars Tour better. Junior apparently banded together with three other big NASCAR movers and shakers, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, and Justin Marks, to acquire the Cars Tour to maintain the health of short-track grassroots racing. Okay, so different things. Brother Rambler on board. I think that's the first we've heard from you since the Mother's Day weekend.
Yes, this is very, very true. And praise God, Steve. Glad to be on with you. And yeah, I know if folks would go to your podcast app, download the Dale Jr. Download, you would have heard about all that. He gives news and updates, and also has pretty interesting interviews. I like the one he did with Hut Strickland, one of the Alabama gang, and all other stuff like that. But yeah, man, I was off Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday night, I come back to work, but I had a co-driver with me. They had some problems running my route, so I had to show them how to run the route. They were like, "Yeah, Brother Rambler, you made this look easy." I just, man, look here. I've been doing this 25 years, and 18 of them has been spent right here at O'Reilly, where you can buy your Hot Shot Secret. But Steve, I'm calling you tonight. You know, I know you follow me on Facebook and stuff like that, and you've been following everything going on with my son Donovan, Little Rambler.
Right.
I'm calling tonight, buddy. I couldn't be, man. I couldn't be any happier or prouder for a young man that I am for my son. I know I'm being biased, but I got to just brag on my boy. You know, he had his. You know, for those of you that seen the pictures on Facebook, you know, Donovan graduated Tuesday, class of 2023, and congratulations to anybody who has a child that graduated class of 2023. Congratulations goes out to you and all the sacrifices y'all had to make to get these kids to walk across that stage to get that diploma. But, you know, I'm very proud of my son, because they said that, you know, all he would do was just get an essentials diploma, and you know, he put his nose to the grindstone, didn't let his disability determine his eligibility. And I always told my kids that your attitude determines your altitude. And he had a positive attitude. He worked hard, got a regular high school diploma. He had 3 ropes on his cap and gown, signifying that he won the Agricultural Science Award, highest achievement out of any student. He won the JROTC award, and I forget what some other award. But tonight is what really got me, and got me very emotional. Tonight was his sports banquet. And Steve, I want you to know that tonight that my son will be a permanent part of Chickasaw High School, located in Chickasaw, Alabama. Tonight, he was given an award, and they announced that this award will be given every year to baseball players, because he played baseball with Chickasaw. Tonight, he was given an award. He was the first recipient of the now named Donovan McDaniel Coaches Award. That's the name of the award, as he has an award now that is named after him.
How about that?
And also, they got, praise God, it gets even better, Steve. They asked his baseball coach, which this was his last year, he's going back to med school, to come up, and they got Donovan, and the school superintendent, Mr. Watford, said that, if you notice, we're building a baseball field at Chickasaw High School, and it will be opened for the first game of the season of 2024. And he got Coach Nipper and my son up there. He said, I want everyone to know that we have come up with a name for this baseball field. And the name of the baseball field will be McDaniel Nipper Field.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
How about that?
Nipper Field. So he's got a baseball field that's going to be named after him and his high school baseball coach, Coach Nipper. So they're going to have a big ceremony, opening day of baseball season, where he'll be, him and Coach Nipper, they'll be invited to come and throw out the first pitch. And we're going to have a ribbon cutting ceremony where they'll be invited to come and cut the ribbon and to open up that brand new baseball field named after them. And I tell you what, as a dad, I couldn't be any prouder of one individual who really put forth an effort and worked very hard to achieve that. So, my hat's off to, and I give him a hand clap and a pat on the back. I tell you, the boy worked very, very hard to achieve this. And another thing that got me was other student athletes just raised their hand, and they got up and spoke and just told what an inspiration that Donovan was to them, how when they were in a losing effort, behind, bad on runs, getting just slaughtered out there like the Cincinnati Reds would get slaughtered any other time. Sorry, I love you, Rick, friends, how Donovan was a real motivator, kept them all going, making them laugh. They said, different athletes stood up, wanted to speak, and said Donovan is definitely the heart and soul of this team. And, I knew when he was born that God was going to do great things with my son. I never saw this happening. And I just, I give God the glory, Steve. I really do. And, I'm sorry I hadn't been with everybody, but, man, I've been thinking about everybody. I want to let everyone know that, my son, Donovan, he also appreciates y'all. He loves the Overnight Drive and the Overnight Drive Nation. And just want to remind you also, God's children, that we will be having a live service. Guess what? 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Come on and join us. Maybe I can get Donovan up there and say a few words. But the Lord will have a message, that is for sure. And I want to remind you also that you can always get that Hot Shot Secret. Don't forget about the Hot Shot Secret, God's children. You can get it through Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive. Also go to their website. But you can also go to O'Reilly Auto Parts. And if you're a first-time caller, why don't you call up tonight? If you ain't never called before, why don't you be the first one to call up tonight, be a first-time caller, get that $60 voucher. And if you're a first-time caller and you have had a grandchild or a child graduate, tell us about that experience, because it was really moving and heartwarming. Watch them turn that tassel and going from one chapter of life to the next chapter of life. And, tell us about what you had to sacrifice to make sure your child graduated. Because, Steve, I've had to give up things I didn't want to have to give up, award ceremonies, football games, baseball games. I couldn't make it because I had a job to do, and all the sacrifices we make as parents, be that first time caller, get that $60 voucher, and also tell us about what you had to give up, the sacrifices a parent has to make, and especially a mother or a father, grandparents, whatever you are, the sacrifice you had to make sure your child, walked across that stage and got that diploma. But Steve, I'm going to get on off here and let another caller call in that's intelligent or not intelligent or whatever you want to say. But we love you, God's children. I look forward to seeing y'all Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. And, Steve, after Determined Ministries Church, there's another show that comes on. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, it'd be none other than the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's right. And before I get off here, rest in peace to the late, great superstar Billy Graham. I know some of you may not like wrestling all that much, but man, I tell you what, he was a man's man and a heck of a wrestler and a huge Christian. And if you ever watch us at Determined Ministries Church, when you hear that opening theme, that's what he come to the ring on, Jesus Christ Superstar. So come on and join us, and join Steve Summers afterwards. And remember this, God's children, about love. Love is just another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler, Steve Summers, and a lot of us here can love you, and we do. And Steve, you have a great weekend. I'll talk to you later, brother. God bless God's children.
Thank you much. There you go, Brother Rambler.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, trying to pull the story up here. Eskimo Mom just forwarded to me here a little bit ago. Update from the D-Max facility, the Duramax diesel engine plant. Moraine police responded to a local D-Max plant reports of an active shooter. Officers later discovered that at least one person died during the incident, while several others were injured. That was an update about 1:45 here, a little less than an hour ago. The earlier report, let's see, a little after 9 p.m. The call came in, reports of an active shooter on premises, according to Sergeant Parrish with the police department. The active scene was confirmed to be over within minutes of officers' arrival. During the shooting, the male suspect targeted 2 people and fired his weapon. One of the victims was a male who succumbed to his injuries, died at the scene. The other victim suffered non-life-threatening injuries and was subsequently transported to the hospital. After targeting the victims, the male suspect shot himself, but was not killed from the self-inflicted wound. The suspect taken to the hospital for treatment. There were other reported injuries, however, unrelated to the shooting. Parrish informed the other injuries were sustained during the evacuation process. Officials were unable to disclose if the shooting occurred inside or outside the plant's building, but the incident was contained inside the business's premises. They worked with the Tactical Crime Suppression Unit during the investigation. Employees were relieved of their duties with the plant remaining closed for the next several hours, as employees were also expected to be interviewed. Officials plan to hold another press conference here on Friday. There are no active threats at this time. DMAX released a statement, says we're aware of the incident at our Moraine manufacturing facility. We are working with local authorities. All production operations have been suspended at this time until further notice. Okay, so, I mean, obviously, a busy facility. I guess, anybody who had loads to pick up and things of that nature, everything's shut down at the DMAX plant there. A big facility in Moraine, Ohio. Thanks for the update there, Eskimo Mom. All right, looking at 23 past the hour. I believe that might be a hillbilly on board. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Did you listen to your newscast this last time?
I catch bits and pieces. What part?
Did you catch about the Sports Center Illustrated swimsuit?
Oh, yeah.
Magazine?
Martha Stewart. Yes, Martha Stewart.
Don't they just want you to go out and buy it when it comes out to go see a 81-year-old woman and skimpy bikini?
Yep. Hey, did you hear the other news? Another of the models that will be featured in this year's SI swimsuit edition will be a trans chick. It's actually a dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know what I won't be buying this year. I don't want to see that.
They're gonna have four different cover models, and Martha Stewart's one of them. I think it was Megan Fox, and then you had, I can't remember the name, the dude that's a trans. So yep, and then there's one other. So I don't get it. I do not get it.
I do not either. Guy that was talking about the corn. Most corn cobs have 13 rows of kernels, and it depends on how long and if it gets the proper rate about how many kernels it has. So it varies. And variety. 800 kernels per year, that's a lot of corn.
Yeah.
I'll take that every day on the farm. But the other thing is, who is it? Not High Tech, but who's got the fire truck?
Horse Feathers.
Does he got pictures on your website of it?
I don't know that I've shared any of the pictures of that or not, but I could pull some up and share them with the. Sure.
Okay, because I was on the fire department for years there at our local community, and when you're talking about having the haul water to tankers, that was usually my job, was the tanker to haul water to the scene there, back and forth to the, as they call it, the little swimming pool. So, but the biggest fire we had, we ended up hauling almost 300,000 gallons of water for a hay fire that was inside a barn. That totally went up. That took we got called out 8 o'clock in the evening, and I think we finally got to go home noon the next day, finally get the fire out. And all that hay. That was a big fire. But it takes a lot of people there to haul water when you got to go 20 miles to pick it up. And I think we had like 15 or 20 tankers, and I don't know how many pumpers are there just throwing water on it and trying to get it extinguished.
Wow.
So, but it's quite an operation when you get to watch it. When you open that back gate, the tanker I usually drove had about 2,500 gallons in it. You open that gate up, 30 seconds, it'll all be in that pool. It dumped it right out. It's called a dump gate. So, all right, Steve, you all have a good night. Families go out to that one victim who lost his life up there in the Moraine. That's sad news.
Yes.
And Godspeed for the rest of them for fast healing. And oh yeah, Rambler, I can guarantee you're a proud papa tonight. What you said about your son, that's awesome.
Yep.
I almost forgot about that. I mean, I just brought a big smile on my face just listening to how happy he was. I can only imagine that night how happy he was. But got a lot to be proud of, and it sounds like you got a special boy or young man. But Steve, you all have a good night.
Hillbilly, thank you very much. Okay, let me see here. I hadn't been on the email for about an hour, so I flipped over. I got that update from Eskimo Mom. Someone else, about 1:45, had sent me an email that 75 southbound in Ohio was shut down, backed up to the 103-mile marker. Now, I just got one here a moment ago. Let's see, 75 south closed at the 101-mile marker. Got a big truck on its side there. So that's been shut down based on the first email, probably over an hour now. So, all right, probably one heck of a backup. I'm not sure how they're routing things, trying to get around it or not, what the deal is. But thanks for the heads up there. Meanwhile, let's see here. When we come back, after we get a quick news break here, we'll get more of your calls. If you'd like to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. And we'll get over to the issue with algae and whatnot, and trying to treat your fuel for those issues coming up.
USA News Update. Wall Street is closing with stocks higher. This comes as hopes grow among investors that lawmakers will reach a deal on the debt ceiling. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he's optimistic that deal could be reached in time to vote on it next week. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 115 points. The S&P 500 rose 39 points. The Nasdaq gained 188 points. Is he finally jumping in? Here's Skip Kelly.
The Washington Post is reporting that two people familiar with the Republican governor's plans say DeSantis will kick off his campaign for the GOP nomination as he gathers top fundraisers in Miami. DeSantis is also expected to launch his candidacy with an event after Memorial Day in his hometown of Dunedin.
Meta has reportedly fixed a Facebook bug that sent automatic friend requests to any profile viewed by users. Facebook told users to check their activity log if they wanted to cancel any pending friend requests. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. From the Grump. Thanks for sharing. Little educational session, as he puts it. One of the most neglected systems on our trucks today has to be the fueling system. Yeah, we may look for the cheapest fuel available, but sometimes that cheaper fuel comes at a greater cost. Today, as biofuels become more mandated around the country, we see a decrease in our fuel mileage and an increase in fuel-related issues. Bad fuel, injector failures, clogged fuel filters, and DPF-related issues, all issues that are on the rise. And biocides have become a first line of defense and greater economical choice when combating the fuel-related failures that today's engines are plagued with. I was recently asked if I thought the growth of algae in my fuel tanks was more prevalent during certain seasons. I considered the question, then I decided it was worth a little investigative research to see why my tanks were plagued with this nasty living microorganism. To start with, algae comes from a large group of aquatic organisms made up of living cells. It must have three necessary components to live. The most important is sunlight. And unless your fuel tank's made of glass, we have to rule out algae is one of the damaging culprits plaguing our fuel system today, and look much closer at microbes and black mold as possible causes. If you're wondering how this nasty stuff gets into one's fuel system, it can be introduced by a number of different ways. More often than not, it hitches a ride as a microscopic organism in a tanker truck, unloaded into the bulk tanks at truck stops, passes through the filtration system, and then unknowingly is pumped into our tanks during a typical refueling process. Very first indicator that you have a foreign substance introduced into your fuel system is when you're attempting to change the filter in the water-fuel separator. You'll notice a brownish or black slimy substance, either floating as small particles or maybe attached to the vanes of the paper filter in the separator. This substance is known as microbes or black mold. This is when you need to start treating your fuel with a very good biocide and make sure you have plenty of fuel filters on hand. Believe it or not, fuel tanks are the perfect breeding environment for both microbes and mold. While algae needs sunlight to live and grow, microbes and mold only need darkness, a water source, and other bacterial to consume as a food source. Next question is, well, where does the water source come from? Well, the water comes from the small amount of water that's in the bottom of nearly every fuel tank. As fuel is pumped into the fuel rail, the fuel that's not injected into the combustion cylinder and burned travels throughout the engine as an additional cooling source and is then returned to the fuel tanks via the fuel return line. When the hot fuel re-enters the tanks, it causes the heated water content to become a vapor of condensation. That condensation becomes a valuable irrigation and food source for microbes and mold to live and grow inside the darkness of your fuel tanks. Getting back to the original question that was asked, is the growth of these foreign substances in one's fuel tanks more prevalent during certain times of year? The answer is no. The heating and cooling of the fuel happens every time the engine reaches operating temperature and then is shut down for hours at a time. The fuel cooling process seems to be the better time for microbes and mold to live and grow on the walls of our fuel tanks and within the rubber linings of the fuel lines. The course of action is to closely monitor the water-fuel separator filter, and if your truck's not equipped with a water-fuel separator, it would be money well spent to have one installed. In the meantime, cut open your fuel filter when it's changed, inspect the interior for the presence of this slimy substance. Now, your engine may run flawlessly for a long period of time, even with the presence of microbes or mold. But they usually do run flawlessly right up until the tow truck is called. Always use a fuel additive that comes from a reputable source. I only use the recommended Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme and Everyday Fuel Treatment, or one of the many Sta-Bil fuel treatments and stabilizers. They are tried and tested additives that don't just disperse water, water that's the catalyst for these contaminants to live and grow, but they also add back lubricity to today's low-sulfur fuel and is an uncontested preventative measure for helping your fuel system clean your truck and save on costly repairs. Hot Shot Secret, as well as all the Gold Eagle products, go above and beyond to test, validate, retest, and stand by their products. Their websites are a vast wealth of information that doesn't just describe in clear, concise, understandable language about how these products work. They will assist the truck owner in every possible way to ensure each product application is the right application for your vehicle's engine and transmission. I cannot thank them enough for all the assistance they've shown me over the years. If you're going to own a truck and depend on it for your family's financial and economic security needs, you need to partner with a company that doesn't just sell products, but actually stand behind them. AKA Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle. All right, and you can order online and save by listening to this program. If you go to hotshotsecret.com, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, you'll get 10% off your entire order. Now, CDL holders, first responders, active duty, or veteran military, already automatically get 10%. So that would make 20% off your entire order from the hotshotsecret.com website. Again, the coupon code Overnight Drive. Same with the Gold Eagle products. If you need stock up on your stay bill or any of the other line of products available through Gold Eagle, simply go to that website, goldeagle.com. Use the same coupon code, Overnight Drive, at checkout, 15% off your entire order. There you go. All right, see what's going on. We get back to the calls here. See, Gary's on board. Hey, is it racing season yet?
Buddy, I don't know. Every race we've had so far this year has been rained out, called, postponed. I'm on my way down to Montgomery, Alabama now. We're supposed to race this weekend, but the weather looks iffy. But it seems like it's in the cycle where it rains every Friday and Saturday and then clears up Monday and Tuesday.
Well, didn't you kind of have similar effects last season? Was kind of the same thing. A lot of rainouts, huh?
Yeah, it was terrible. And our first race, they rained it out. And then they rescheduled it for the following month, like 3 weeks later, and it rained it out again. Now it's going to be rescheduled till sometime in August, July or August. And this series, we come down 2 weeks ago. They had one in Montgomery, and we came down just to make a few hits on the car. We didn't even expect to qualify. At least we got in the field. First time in the car, I was rusty, and the car done fine. It just, the driver had a mental breakdown, I guess you'd call it. Just got beat on the tree, and there's nothing you can do about that. That's racing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have a bad day, and I had one. But we're going down. They got this show down here again, so we're going to go down and try it. Yeah, I know it is. They are live feeding this down here from Capital City Motorsports Park. The race is Saturday, and they live feed it on a YouTube channel, so it's free to watch. And they're doing all the qualifying and all the racing all the way through. So that's a pretty good deal. But it's Capital City Motorsports Park in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay.
We got this race this weekend, and next weekend we're supposed to be at Brainerd down there in Chattanooga. We're there next Friday night and Saturday. And just trying to do a little bit of racing between trying to get everything moved out of the burn house up there in Ohio, and they're supposed to start building the actual building down here on my property next week. So I'd say by the end of June, I should be residing in Alabama instead of up in Ohio.
Really?
Which will be when the house caught fire, I decided right then that I'm not going to rebuild it. I sold it to a farmer down the street's going to rebuild it. And I decided to invest the money, bought 4 acres down here, and already got all the dozer, all the house spot, and the garage spot all degrade. Already got the rock on it. It's ready for the builder now. So he's supposed to come in this coming week and start. So all he has to do is get the shop building up where I can put the motorhome inside, and I don't care how long he takes for the rest of it. I'll live in the motorhome in the building. But just trying to work a little bit. Ain't worked much, but work a little bit. And wanting to race, and we can't race. It's aggravating. But you can't help what the good Lord puts down. So
Yeah. I mean, you take all your time and effort to haul the car there, and then that's got to suck.
Well, at least the first one, they called it on a Thursday morning, and I called the girlfriend and said, "Hey, you want to go to the beach?" And she said, "Yeah, when we going?" I said, "Now." I picked her up, and we went down to Gulf Shores down there and spent the weekend, and it never rained a drop down there. And even the race that they called, it never rained a drop, and it was like 90% chance of rain, and it never rained a drop at the racetrack.
Wow.
It's just, it's one of them things. But it just seems like it's every weekend now. I know a bunch of races up in Tennessee and Kentucky have already canceled for this weekend, but this guy says he's going to do it no matter what, so we'll go down and find out anyway. But hopefully I'll call you first of the week and give you a report on it. And like I said, if you want to see it, you can tune into that. I know it's a live feed, and then it's delayed later. They show it again on that YouTube channel.
Okay.
But that's about all I got.
Well, I appreciate the update, Gary.
All right, Steve, good talking to you. I'll talk to you hopefully first of the week.
We'll keep our fingers crossed that we get to do some racing. And how did he describe that? The driver had a mental breakdown. Screwed up on the line, right? It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, 10 before the hour, back on a Friday, TGIF. Let's see. Eagle back on board this morning. Yes, I guess your concert ended finally, huh?
Yeah. I'm finally made it back down to Texas. Yeah, for the weekend. I got here a little bit early. I didn't think I was gonna make it until Friday, but yeah, they got some kind of, what the hell is this, a carnival or something down here close to where I live at. So I stopped there, but they had this music playing so loud, I thought I could cancel it out with the headphones on, but it didn't work like that. Yeah, I'm back in my truck now, ready to get ready to drive to my house after I hang out with you. Get ready to head home and take off the weekend and maybe watch the NASCAR race and take care of some other things. And
right.
I told you I got to start packing some bags. That my girlfriend is already getting stuff ready. I told you as much as I hate to, I told you I'm gonna have to go ahead and move on from Texas, Steve. This state is it's not a good situation, as you can clearly see if you've been watching your television with the border. It's not good what's going on right now. It's just a matter of time, Steve. I told you this over 2 or 3 years ago when Biden first started this deal. It's just a matter of time before we have a terrorist attack in America, and it's gonna make 9/11 look like a Christmas party. Because these boys, they've been capturing terrorists on the people on the terrorist list, left and right, trying to get into America. Now I wonder why those people are coming to America, Steve. Do you think them guys are coming to the America to look for a job like they say they are? What'd you say?
Looking for a good job, right?
Yeah, they coming in to look for a job. That's what Joe Biden says. They coming in, they immigrants. They looking for a better life for their family, and they want to make a better life for their family, right? But he just happened to be on the terrorist list. But he don't mean no harm to the United States. Like I said before, Steve, I don't know if you heard about it, that Mary Joy, but I told you that last night. She said that she was going to sign impeachment papers for Biden and Mayorkas, but we both know that they don't have enough votes to make it go through. But I sure do wish it could go through, because what Joe Biden and that Mayorkas guy is doing, Steve, it's damn sure impeachable offense. What the hell he's doing? Like I said, a lot of people, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, see, a lot of people say, why does Eagle always talk about the border situation? And, somebody that lives in Wisconsin or New York, like you have some of your listeners, West Virginia, Ohio, they don't understand what I'm talking about. But you'll soon see it, because they busting these people to where you have. But see, Texas is the first place that these people hit. That's the reason why I'm always talking about it, because I see it firsthand. As a matter of fact, Steve, on my way home, I pulled into a truck stop, and guess what I saw? I saw a bus. I saw a Greyhound bus pull into the truck stop, and about there had to be at least 100 people on that damn bus, immigrants with bags, backpacks, the whole deal. They all got off the bus, went in the truck stop, bought them something to eat, and loaded back on the bus. And I walked over to the driver. Of that Greyhound bus, Steve, and I asked him. I said, "Let me ask you a question." I said, "Well, who are those people on that bus?" And he said, "Those are people that we picked up in El Paso, Texas, and we taking these people to Chicago, and then we got some of them going to upstate New York." That's what the driver told me that was driving this Greyhound. Now that's a damn shame, Steve, that they still transporting these people all over America at the expense of America. You already detailed it. You said it, and I read it for myself firsthand. And plus, I seen it on television, Steve. They giving these people cell phones. I seen a guy on Fox News the other day. He had a brand new phone. I think it's a Samsung. Took it out of the plastic, out of the wrapper that Joe Biden had gave him. He got $800 cash. And then here's the biggest insult, Steve. I seen this. In any veteran in America ought to be appalled at what's going on. I think detailed this last night. They are actually kicking veterans out of hotel rooms and replacing these people with immigrants. Now, that's a damn shame, Steve. Don't you think so?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, so I can't remember who it was that was filling me in on that, but yeah. Because
how the hell can you kick a veteran, a military veteran, out of a hotel room and replace him with a illegal immigrant in this country? Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of himself. He ought to be ashamed. Like, hey, you may have to hold me over during the break. I got some more things to say. But like I say, Steve, that's just appalling. Like I say, I thought that I had heard everything. I thought that they had went rock bottom with this immigrant situation, and then they went even lower when I heard that news that they were actually kicking veterans out of hotels and replacing it. This is ridiculous. What's going on, Steve? I never thought I would see America. I never thought I would see America go to this level. I knew Joe Biden was going to do some bad things, but I never thought it was going to get this bad. I really didn't think it was going to turn out like this. Like I told you.
Yeah, if you want to hang in there, we got news update coming up. But yeah, whoever was explaining that to me was because it was a veterans, like an organization that was paying, I think it was $89 a night for these homeless veterans to help them get off the street, have a safe place to stay. But I guess the government was offering something like $169 a night to put these immigrants up in the hotel. I'm assuming the hotels are just making the decision to boot the homeless veterans out in the name of making a buck, as I said last evening. But all right, we'll return after this as we head out to the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Senate still plans to recess next week as the deadline to raise the nation's debt ceiling looms. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said negotiations between the White House and House Republicans are making progress, and the House will likely vote on an agreement next week. He said senators should be able to return to Washington in a 24-hour period to take up the bill if that happens. Where do you conceal a gun on the beach in New Jersey?
A federal judge ruled it is legal for someone to take a concealed carry handgun with the proper permits to the beach, bars, restaurants, and public parks. Judge Renee Marie Bum ruled that significant parts of what Governor Murphy signed into law in December were unconstitutional. Attorney General Matthew Platkin condemned the ruling and says he plans to appeal the judge's decision. I'm Skip Kelly.
A new study is ranking Texas number one in something that is nothing to be proud of. According to the survey from Forbes Advisor, the Lone Star State has the worst drivers in the country. The report says Texas is in the top 3 in fatal crashes involving a drunk driver, a drowsy driver, or a driver that is going the wrong way. 2 of Texas's neighbors also made the top 5 on the worst drivers list. Louisiana is ranked 2nd and Oklahoma 4th. The funeral of Britain's Queen Elizabeth II and events related to it cost the UK taxpayer around over $200 million.
The biggest departmental spend was around $90 million by the Home Office, which would have been footing the security bill. The costs relate to the state funeral itself, but also the period of mourning around it and the monarchs lying in state. Chief Secretary to the Treasury, John Glenn, says the costs allowed events to run smoothly and with dignity, as well as ensuring the safety and security of the public. Ollie Barrett, London.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Deutsche Bank is agreeing to pay $75 million to settle a lawsuit by a woman who accuses the German bank of facilitating the late financier Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking. Attorneys for the woman confirmed the Manhattan Federal Court settlement late Wednesday. Epstein was a Deutsche Bank client from 2013 to 2018. The Agriculture Department could be moving to ban flavored milk from school cafeterias. The USDA just closed the public comment period on changes in long-term school nutrition standards to cut down on added sugars in school lunch and breakfast programs. Martha Stewart is hitting the beach in a skimpy bathing suit as a cover model for the annual Sport Illustrated swimsuit issue. The lifestyle icon is 81 years old, making her the oldest woman to pose for the magazine.
Probably doesn't represent the physical fitness of the average 81-year-old. She is likely to be inspirational.
Dr. Fred Campbell at the University of Texas Health System says that Stewart is a prime example of why it's important for senior citizens to stay active. A Minnesota man is being charged for stealing the famous ruby red slippers worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz. A Minnesota grand jury indicted 76-year-old Terry J. Martin in the 2005 theft of the slippers from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yes, indeed. For our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Friday. All right, look at our weekend travelers' weather. What do we see here? Yeah, they tell us a weather pattern more reminiscent of the middle or end of summer. Going to keep a large portion of the northwest USA quite warm into the weekend. Daily drenching thunderstorms roaming the southwest right on into next week. For the better part of this past week, we've had a ridge of high pressure out west that's delivered an unusual heat wave to the Pacific Northwest. Even into adjacent parts of Canada. That pattern persists for a few more days. Temperatures away from the coast along the I-5 corridor in the northwest, well above historical averages right on through Saturday. Portland, Seattle had seen well above normal temperatures, so the coastal area is cooling off a little bit. Cool down delayed for the interior portions of the Northwest on into the northern Rockies. We're still going to be talking 10, 20 degrees above average, probably into Sunday or Monday. So from Billings to Boise to Salt Lake City, all going to be running well above normal. Now, since the Northwest typically stays cooler most times year-round compared to other parts of the country, fewer homes have air conditioning there. According to the University of California School of Business, only 53% of homes in Washington state actually have air conditioners. The lowest rate of anywhere in the lower 48. Plus, in addition to the heat, there's been large amounts of smoke in the upper atmosphere with those massive wildfires that continue to burn there in Western Canada. So the hazy conditions, of course, you have enhanced sunrises and sunsets. Now, while the typical monsoon season is still months away, those in the southwest are getting an early taste of that this week as well. Showers, thunderstorms have been erupting on a pretty daily basis. That trend continues on into next week as well. Areas from western Texas to eastern Arizona, northward into Wyoming, all in the heart of where you can see these isolated storms popping up on any given day. In Phoenix, 100-degree heat arrived almost right on schedule, with the first triple-digit day coming back on April the 30th. Normal average is about May the 2nd, so there's been a string of 100-degree days recently. Temperatures are expected to drop slightly into the 90s as you have some clouds and a chance of those thunderstorms expanding in the region late this week. But all right, for those outdoor enthusiasts, they advise if you're heading to the parks or the monuments in the warmer months, those thunderstorms, which can often pop up quickly with very little warning with the daytime heating, those pose hazards, and you have to seek shelter quickly. Those threats would include large hail, sudden wind gusts that could whip up dirt and dust, lightning, and, of course, flash flooding with some of those sudden intense downpours. Earlier this week on Wednesday, matter of fact, there were reports of 1.5-inch diameter hail. It's about the size of ping pong balls that fell into mountain near Flagstaff and Prescott, Arizona. Hey, be careful out there. All right, Eagle back on a Friday morning.
Yeah, hey, Steve, let me ask you a question right quick before I get back to the immigration deal. Hey, so basically, because you know more about the numbers than I do, so basically this impeachment deal that Marijo supposedly put in today, there's no way that they can impeach Joe Biden. There's not going to be enough votes in. Am I right about that, or do you know anything about that?
I mean,
there's basically no way.
It would be probably similar to what occurred with Donald Trump. I mean, you'd have the votes in the House, but then it would never go anywhere. They've got the majority in the Senate.
Yeah, so it wouldn't go nowhere. So it's basically just a waste of time. Is that right?
Pretty much. I mean, they did it with Trump anyway because it was kind of a symbolic thing, that we have not only once but twice, impeached Trump. Yeah, but he did. Yeah, but he didn't get removed from office.
Because they didn't really talk too much about it on the radio today. I thought when I was driving, I thought seeing ABC, AMB would talk about it, but they didn't say nothing. And like I said, only reason I found out about it was I seen it on a TikTok video. TikTok, I was looking at TikTok, and they showed her saying that she was going to file the papers. But like I say, nobody else really talked about it. So I'm pretty sure, like you say, it ain't going to go nowhere. Like you said, he ain't going to have enough votes to make it go. So it's like you say, it's just symbolic, just, the same way they did with Donald Trump. Ain't nothing going to come of it. But let me say a couple other things about this immigration situation, Steve, before I hang up with you. Now, okay, as I told you, I seen the Greyhound bus today at the truck stop, and I noticed there were kids, coughing and sneezing, coughing and already sick in the middle of the summer. Now how the hell you catching colds? These people. Joe Biden is not getting these people. They're not even testing these people to see if they're carrying some kind of virus, some kind of disease with them as they enter the U.S. All they're doing is loading them on buses, Steve, and transporting them, and they transporting that disease along with them when they transport them to these different cities and towns. Like I told you last week, and you reported, we got cases of chicken pox, measles, things that we had eradicated in America years ago with the vaccines. In these third world countries, they don't have these type of vaccines. So now these people are bringing them same damn viruses back to the U.S. that we had got rid of. And Joe Biden, nor anybody in Washington, D.C. seems to care about these people integrating in with your school kids and into the school system, Steve. They're not paying bad enough. Now, let's get back to in New York City. Let's talk about this loser in New York. I think he might be worse than the Cuomo, if that's possible. This black guy they got running things up there. You know, do you know, Steve, he had the nerve to say that he's declaring a state of emergency in New York City. He had the nerve to say, I seen him on television last night. He said that these hotel rooms that these immigrants are staying in, they could be getting tourists to pay for these rooms that the city is losing money by giving these immigrants rooms. Well, he should have thought about that when he said he wanted open borders. And they're right, Steve?
Yeah, but before they announced that they would be considered a sanctuary city, which they've been designated that for years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This idiot had the nerve to say that he's losing. Well, the city of New York is losing money because he can't rent them rooms out. They giving them to the immigrants. And I want to know I already know who's paying for these rooms. Who's paying for these rooms for these immigrants to kick back and kick back and watch television all day long? This whole thing is a bad deal, Steve, because the government ain't never gave me no hotel room. I've never had nobody give me a room where I can stay in the room all day and watch television and not have to pay no hotel bill. It must be nice to have it that good. Something is seriously wrong with what's going on in America right now. Now, I want to say one last thing, Steve. I told you about the guy down in Florida last night, the governor of Florida. Now, this man here, he knows he's running the deal the right way down there in Florida, Steve. He's got the right. If we could get other states to do this, we might have something going. Like I said, these people that come to America, like I told you, that the housing and all the construction sites are vacated right now in Florida, Steve. Those people are getting the hell out of Florida because they know that they could be deported if they go to one of them construction sites and check those people's IDs or workers' vindication, and they don't have one. They can either be deported or placed in jail. So people getting the hell out of there and they going to work elsewhere where they don't have to worry about that. This man here knows he's running the show the way it should be run. Well, I'm going to repeat myself one last time, Steve, like I said last night. I didn't say that nobody has the right to work in America. I said that you have to be legal to work in America. If I got to have a Social Security card, if I got to have proof of ID to work my job where I'm at right now, I guarantee you the company I'm at right now, Steve, if I didn't have a driver's license or proof of Social Security card, proof of ID, I wouldn't be driving for them right now. And if I gotta prove who the hell I am, they should have to prove who they are, these illegal immigrants. And if they can't prove it, then they don't deserve to work in America. It's simple as that. And like I told you last night, anybody got a problem with that, that's your problem, not mine. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I thought the other evening I went up and I actually got carded to buy a pack of cigarettes. 58 years old. I mean, I did a double take. She said, I need an ID. I said, what? I need to see your ID. So, yeah, for anyone that tries to say you don't need to have an ID to vote. 58 years old. Yeah, I guess it was the Thorntons around the corner. I don't know if they've had some issues with some of the clerks maybe getting caught selling cigarettes to someone under the age of 18 or something. I'm just assuming that's it. Yeah, they must have come in and said, management said, card everyone. I don't care if they look 100 years old. You got to card them to buy a pack of cigarettes. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we got here? Friday, TGIF. A guy named Jim posted here a few hours ago, and he's 100% correct. Got a picture of the candy aisle and a Snickers candy bar, one individual Snickers bar, $1.49. He said 50 years ago, when I was 10 years old, this Snickers candy bar was 15 cents. This is what the government spending has done to the value of the dollar in 50 years. Yep, to $1.49. Hey, is that Grump on board?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been in here at this place I'm delivering to. I got a load of meat coming in here. I got in here about 9 o'clock last night, and I called. We've been coming in here and parking. If we have these early morning appointments, I got one at 4 a.m. and no problems, no issues. And apparently, this massive distribution center has got about 65 truck parking spots out here for, to wait until your appointment. They don't want us in here anymore. So when I got in here, I thought, what the hell, there's only one truck here, So I got in here last night about 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that. I pulled around park. It's pitch black, they had everything shut off. And damn security guard pulls up. Two of them gets out, and he walks over and pecks on the door. I said, yeah. And he said, you got to leave, man. And I said, why? And he said, well, we don't really owe you an explanation. We're just telling you got to leave. When's your appointment? And I said, it's 4 a.m. And he said, well, come back at 4 a.m. I said, no, I ain't. I'm not going any damn where. The closest parking around here is 35 miles away. So, no, I'm not going anywhere. He said, yeah, you are. I said, no, I'm not. So I sat there. He said, well, we'll call the cops. I said, go ahead and call them. I don't give a damn. So he called them. Here they come, stuff. So they come up, and he said, well, they asked you to leave. I said, yeah. And he said, well, you got to go. I said, no, I don't. I said, I got business here, man. And I said, the sign outside, and we've been going by that forever. I said, the sign outside, it says, inbound trucks with appointments, parking available. And he said, yeah, I seen that. And I said, well, I said, we've been parking here all this time. And he said, well, have they? And he said, yeah. He said, but I think we can charge him with trespassing. And I said, what's criminal intent? I said, deliverance of your damn food. And he said, I don't think I need criminal intent. And I said, yeah, you do. I said, you know anything at all about the law? And the cop standing there, he had a big grin on his face. And the kid said, well, he said, we can still ask you to leave. And I said, ask me to leave, and I'm going to tell you no. I said, I got business here. I got an appointment here. I said, I'm not here for my health. So if it pisses you guys off, he said, well, look, man, I'm just trying to do my job. I said, no, you are. I said, some idiot in there told you to, run all the trucks off, but, they didn't tell you about me, did they? I'm not leaving. So the cop said, well, best it's civil. You can, I said, well, you can't charge me with, with a civil trespass. There's nothing criminal about it. I have no criminal intent. I want to deliver their damn food. And he said, no, can't do that. So they were standing there talking, and the two cops were, and they just got in the damn car and left.
How about that?
Guard come back over, and he said, you gonna move, or are you gonna go somewhere? I said, I told you, man. I said, no, I'm not going anywhere. So they come out and pounded on the door a little bit ago, and I heard you reading my bio side
yes.
deal there. And,
very, very good.
He said, yeah, well, appreciate it. So, yeah, I'm still here. And they said they was going to call the company I'm leased to. I said, I don't give a damn. They don't like me anyway. So I call whoever. So, yeah, I'm just tired of this, man. You get to these damn places, you can land a plane out here, Steve, where the parking is. There's nobody hurting the damn thing. There's trash cans available, and people use them. There's, they got a little, porta-john. People uses it. What does it hurt to park here, especially when, I'm around the Washington, D.C. area, and there is no truck parking anywhere around this place. I mean, so I said, we'll go down to that old scale. I said, I went by there. The old scale's closed. They got barrels up. And they said, well, can you park alongside the road? I said, I am parked where I'm going to park. And that's the end of the damn discussion. So, the cops left, but I was standing outside, and they come back around a little bit ago, and they were laughing about it, And he said, man, you're hard-headed as hell. I said, well, no, I just, so I know the law. He's not going to, what are they going to force me off with? I have no criminal intent here, unless they consider, me delivering tainted meat or something to them. I said, that's the only damn thing they can, I said, that's not my doings. It's a sealed trailer. I picked it up like that. So he said, yeah, I got it. He said, you guys got to have a place to rest and stuff like that. And I said, yeah. So, but anyway, I'm here. And so.
Well, your appointment's about 30 minutes away then.
Yeah, about 30 minutes. Yeah, they usually can check in an hour early, and then the guard come around. One of them did, and he was laughing. He said, yeah, I see you didn't leave. And I said, no. And they had a shift change there at midnight, and I said, no, I didn't. And he said, I told him, man, leave you alone. You're not gonna move. And I said, well, it's just the way it is. So he said, yeah, they'll probably call raising hell. So I sent a message out to this corporate here, and I got a response back, and from their night people over there, and they said they'd escalated up. But I said, you're accepting liability when you have trucks leave when they have no hours of service available. I said, yes, we can move on personal conveyance. But that's beside the point. Liability means if I'm driving down the road, even on personal conveyance, because you made me leave, a facility that we could always park at, and there's nothing out there posted that says we have to leave. So then you're accepting that liability. So yeah, I said I would have no problem suing you if I had an accident or whatever. So.
Wow. Well, hold that thought there, because you know what time it is? News break, as we like to call it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Wall Street is closing with stocks higher. This comes as hopes grow among investors that lawmakers will reach a deal on the debt ceiling. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he's optimistic a deal could be reached in time to vote on it next week. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 115 points. The S&P 500 rose 39 points. The Nasdaq gained 188 points. Is he finally jumping in? Here's Skip Kelly.
The Washington Post is reporting that two people familiar with the Republican governor's plans say DeSantis will kick off his campaign for the GOP nomination as he gathers top fundraisers in Miami. DeSantis is also expected to launch his candidacy with an event after Memorial Day in his hometown of Dunedin.
Meta has reportedly fixed a Facebook bug that sent automatic friend requests to any profile viewed by users. Facebook told users to check their activity log if they wanted to cancel any pending friend request. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. Oh, and by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, so yeah, I shared that piece about the bio stuff, and so you're talking about, so in order for that stuff to live, it needs the water to survive, and I mean, you said it needs something for a source of food. What in diesel fuel does that stuff eat?
Well, it kind of lives off the water. It just there's enough contaminants in diesel fuel that is basically organic, you know, and especially in with the biofuels that are added, you know, with the you know, ethanol or whatever, you know, whatever kind of biodiesels are added to the diesel fuel, you know, usually it's about 10%. There's enough of a contaminant in that to cause this stuff to actually grow. And I talked to several different I guess you could call them experts on it, and it's really surprising that so many people confuse mold, black mold, that's in your tanks with algae.
And I've always
And
heard the term algae used. When I said I've got algae in my tank, and I didn't realize that.
right. Yeah, I had never really paid that much attention to it, and but if the mold makes more sense, so does the just the garbage that it creates in there. I mean, I dope. Well, I used let's see, what the hell was it? I used actually used some a real good dose of the anti-gel from Hot Shot Secret, and my filters just started filling up with crap. And so I was coming out of, you remember one of the guys that was there at Truck Show, Rich, he was there with us. I was coming out, I was talking to him, and the damn truck just started coughing, carrying on. I thought, man, what the hell's going on here? So I said, let me jump out. It was cold. Man, it was cold out, and I got out, and my filter was full. And I just doped up both tanks, really good with the with Hot Shot Secret on the anti-gel. And it was just black. And I took that, when I took that cartridge out, I got to, rubbing this stuff and seeing what the hell it was. And it was just this slimy gunk, and I thought, man, so that was, that was during the winter time. So I really didn't pay that much attention to it. I just kind of figured that was, some kind of a black algae or something like that. So when Kevin, the big man, when we were talking, he said, I'd like, like to know a little bit more about biocides and stuff. He said, can you write something about it? I said, yeah, I'll take a look at it. And I spent about a week really looking into it, and seeing what it entails and everything, and it, just reading about everything I could find, and it just, it just grows, man. It just, once it's introduced into the fuel system, it just finds a source of food, usually off the water. It can live in the dark. It loves dark, and it will just grow. And inside the rubber lines and things like that, I mean, it just gets so bad that I mean, a lot of times you'll think your lines and stuff are actually, deteriorating, but it's actually the mold and everything that's coming out in them. So, yeah, it's not algae. They made it clear. Everybody that I talked to, said, look, I know they confuse it a lot, and somebody started that rumor years ago how algae will grow in your tanks unless your tanks are made of glass, and unless they're, you can provide algae with enough light to grow. It's, and enough water and everything in there. It's not algae, it's mold. I said, well, okay. So that kind of inspired me to start writing about it, and the more people I talk to about it, like out here, I did have somebody ask me, and said, is there a preferred season when we really need to watch this? I said, no. Not from what I'm reading. It's just something, it gets introduced from the bulk tanks, from the locks and everything where they go get, the bulk fuel and dump it in the regular tanks there at the truck stop, and then you just, it passes through. It's such a, the micron on it is so small that it just passes right through the filtration system, and it can start growing. So, but a lot of times it's already growing in the tankers. And when if it's really bad. But I'd fueled up at, over in Walcott, and I made it to Nebraska, and my fuel filter was just literally clogged. I mean, just goofed up. There was just that much junk and water and everything on that. So yeah, it is a problem, and people needs to dope their tanks. I mean, they really do. They need to get some stuff in there that that'll take care of that. That'll kill off that mold. And you're talking about a living organism, and the EPA is so damn strict on this stuff. I mean, it's getting to the point where finding a biocide, or a company that has to go through all the process of making a biocide just to combat this problem in the fuel, it's getting to the point, Steve, where they literally go into civil liability over it, because it's I mean, hell, any group, some of these environmental groups can say, look, that algae or that mold has as much a right to live as anything, and start raising hell with it. I mean, they have actually done that. And the more I talked to Kevin about it, he said, that's one of the reasons why they never really got into it was because of the EPA problems. And so it was interesting. It really was. You learn a lot of stuff when you start just sitting down and reading about the issues that you're having with your vehicle. And I got other things that I'm writing about too on these things, and it's we'll just enlighten the audience on a few more things there. But no, it's been it's like I said, it's been pretty interesting. But yeah, I don't think I made any friends over here tonight, but I really don't care.
They'll call the company and say, hey, this driver out here, don't ever send him back to our facility.
Yeah, they know I wouldn't care. They can't hardly find people to come over here and deal with these folks. And sometimes you're in here 7-8 hours. I bumped on the dock, just sitting there and which I don't care. I get paid on the hour when I'm, on the dock and stuff. So I really don't care. They can take their time. I'll just go sleep. Don't worry about it. But, some guys are in there raising hell with them. And when I go into shipping office or the receiving office in here, I deal with the same people all the time. And, I've got a pretty good thing going with them. I mean, I've never had any problems with them or, other than just taking a while. But, I think it's important that any driver, when you're at a facility like this or any facility, where they're keeping you there and, don't use that personal conveyance. Go out in their parking lot and park. And when they tell you to leave, say, hey, you got to go now. No, I don't. I do not feel safe driving. You want to call the cops? Go ahead. I don't care. I'm going to take a nap or something like that. Get your company to stand up for you. Mine probably won't, but, the place I'm leased to, they'll probably raise a little hell about it and say, hey, don't piss these people off. I said, well, that's not exactly in my wheelhouse not to do that. You know what I mean? So,
you're no joke.
You got to throw some punches back once in a while. So, yeah, and the police officer, we stand out there and he said, I'm not going to stand there and go toe-to-toe with you. I mean, not it's just the way it is. I mean, and I said, well, they probably got a little civil thing going that they could probably raise a little hell about. But, I said, first of all, if it's going to criminal trespass, you got to have criminal intent. And I said, delivering a load of meat to a place where you're invited, you're actually invited. You have an appointment time, a scheduled time to be here. I've got bill of ladings with their name on them, that they've already paid for this stuff, so guess what? I'm sticking around. He said, all right, go ahead. Stood around there for a second and went back and just got in the damn car and left.
Hey, we're out of here.
Security guard was standing there with he was standing there with his chin on the ground. He's like, what the hell just happened? I said, I'm going to bed, folks. Wake me up there when my appointment rolls around.
Grump made the security guy feel like an ass.
Yeah, he's a pretty good kid. He's just young and, he kind of laughed at, I've dealt with him a pretty good while too, but he, like you said, he's just doing his job. Somebody idiot in here said something and, we're going to fight this. I mean, it's just the way it is. I just got in a fight with one of these companies that has this reserve parking. I paid for one of them spots, and I got in there about 10:30 one night. And in fact, it's 2 weeks ago I was coming out here, and I went in, drove around. I'm looking on their website, and they said they got 17 reserve spots still available. Well, they're all full. And I pulled up to the pumps and I went inside. I said, hey, I've got a reserve spot. Girl sitting there popping her gum and texting and every damn thing else standing behind the counter. And she said, it's after 9 o'clock and we're not going to bother anybody. And I said, so your reserve parking is actually only from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock or from 3 o'clock till 9 o'clock at night. That's when you have to be in those spots. And she said, basically. And I said, where does it say that? I said, I read the contract. I said, actually, you're supposed to meet me out there to assist me in parking, is what the contractual agreement says. So, well, we don't have anybody do that. And I said, well, I was parked on the pump, and she said, well, if you stay on the pump, we'll have to call the police on you. And I said, call them. I said, I don't give a damn. Call them. I said, you got two choices. You can either block his pump off because I'm going to bed, or you can wake somebody's ass up out there in that parking lot and tell them move. I said, if they're jacking the spots and stuff like that, hey, I'm not the one in violation. You are. So, Yeah, they put a cone behind my trailer, and I stayed right there on the damn fuel island all night. You know, just don't leave, guys. My God, I mean, you pay for that stuff, and you know, next thing you know, they're ticked off. They're sitting in their truck, pouting like a big old baby, going, "Well, I got to go somewhere, and I paid for one of these spots." No, you don't. You know, they said they don't guarantee you a spot, and I said, "Well, then do away with them. That's a simple fix. You know, have everybody pay or nobody pay." You know, why is it that you have reserve spots and you don't want to honor that system? But when you talk to somebody in corporate, I had a heated discussion one time with one of the upper echelon at one of these, one of these truck companies or truck stops, and he was like, "Well, you know, we really don't owe you anything." I said, "I'm not asking for anything other than what I paid for." You know, so, you know, what are you griping about? You know, so they, I don't know. I've been pushing back, man. I'm not kidding you. The hell with this. You know, just roll over and let them, tattoo you with a big tattoo that says "sucker" on it, and just, go on about your business. I'm done with that, man. I've reached that point in time in my life, Steve, where I'm starting to throw some punches back.
There you go.
All
right.
But
well, Grump,
anyway,
thank you for checking in this morning.
You bet, buddy. Have a good one.
That's two in a row, by the way. Yes, sir. Let me see here. I shared the audio of Senator Kennedy a couple nights ago, asking, I believe it was the Deputy Energy Secretary, kind of grilling him about $50 trillion to go carbon neutral in this country. That's what it's going to cost us, $50 trillion. And it looks like Tom sent me, I guess this is like the transcript of another interview that was held talking about just that. Tom says, well, greetings from the TNC Radio.live Houston studios. Let's review. But first he said, I'm so happy it's Friday. I could laugh 50 trillion times. Senator Kennedy says, I'm just trying to lay a foundation here to understand your expert testimony. Dr. Holtz Eakin, do you know how much it'll cost to make the United States of America carbon neutral by the year 2050? To which Eakin responds, depends on how you do it. If we do it all with the federal budget, Kennedy interjects, well, public and private dollars. It's ultimately private dollars anyway. To which the other guy said, I agree. So how much? Eakin says, you're going to look at $50 trillion. Kennedy says, 50 trillion? Yes. 2050 is roughly a little over 25 years from now. Do the math. That works out to about $2 trillion per year to spend between now and then. Tom shares a chart to prove out the numbers. Total federal government income in 2023 is $4.714 trillion. Every single dollar is already allocated. Of course, we have a deficit. Thus, the only way to raise and spend $50 trillion is to increase personal income tax by $2 trillion per year. Why do we need 80,000 new IRS agents? Well, because we need to double everybody's income tax by nearly 100%. Why do we need to abolish the Second Amendment? Well, because we need to double everybody's income tax by nearly 100%. Why do we need to make all Republicans look stupid and or evil? Because we need to double everyone's income tax by nearly 100%. Yes, Senator Kennedy says if we spend $50 trillion to make the United States of America carbon neutral by 2050, how much is that going to lower world temperature? Yeah, that was the clip I had shared. I can't say because I don't know what China and India and the rest of the world has done, was his response. If you can't do the math on all of this, then you not only don't care about what happens next in the USA, you're actually complicit in it. Thank you, Tom. Coming up after the overnight drive, all new episode of Highway Fever with Charlie Claiborne this Friday morning. He's been talking to all sorts of Washington, D.C. types about brokering this week, and he'll report on the progress. Then it's the ladies from In for the Long Haul, Lisa and Candace, trucker wives and founders of 32 Truckers a Day. Talk about keeping the romance alive, even when he's out on the road for weeks at a time. All this and more, TNCRadio.live.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. What do we have? Good morning, senor. Heat Wave, what's happening?
Yeah, good morning, senor. Yes, not a whole lot, senor. We got the bill for Lady Heatwave's station being over there at that hospital there in Louisville over the truck show weekend.
Yes.
It was almost $46,000.
Wow.
For a three-day, 2-night stay at their Happy Hacienda over there at the hospital. And with her insurance and mine, we are liable for $250.
Really?
So, yeah. Well, she is on SSDI. And, of course, she's also on my insurance, which is Blue Cross and Blue Shield. And together, oh, that's a hell of a combination of insurances. So I'm really happy. I'm really pleased with the professionalism of the staff over there at the hospital at, was it Baptist Health, I believe is what it was, there in Louisville, and the professionalism of the people there in the cardiac care and the care that she received. Now we get back to New Mexico, and it's starting to come back again with all the just, I don't know if it's the education, if it's the government stepping in certain places, telling them, you know, if you do this, we're going to take away your medical license. But dadgum, you know, I would leave New Mexico in a heartbeat if I could to go to a state like where I'm originally from in Texas, and go into the healthcare system over there. I have cousins and that are in the medical system in Texas as nurses and doctors, and they don't complain about their job. I mean, they seem to give very good health care to their patients, and I haven't yet to hear anything bad about them in their hospitals. So, yeah, it's just got to be that the state of New Mexico is chasing off the good doctors, and what we're getting is the crap that care more about their career than they do about the patients. So that's an indictment against, I would say, our democratically controlled state government. So enough of that nonsense. Yeah, Eagle, don't feel like you're the Lone Ranger out there dealing with the mess, because we in New Mexico are dealing with the same crap too, along with the people in Arizona and New Mexico. It's just that Governor Abbott will not stand for, he will not tolerate the population to stay there in the state. And they're not illegal immigrants, they're illegal aliens. Let's just call it what it is. They are alien to this nation. They come in illegally. They are illegal aliens. The hell with political correctness.
Undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants.
Bull crap. Illegal aliens. There we go. So, anyways, we deal with the people coming up on I-25. Once they're caught in New Mexico, they're getting shipped over, I guess, to the stations in Texas or wherever they go to. But, I mean, we are also dealing with the buses. And they're going up to Denver and places up north. And they primarily stop at the Love's Truck Stop. So, I mean, that's where we stop to get our fuel.
When you get to wait for 100 of them to check out at the cash register? All right, take news break. Hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Top Democrats in Washington say the 1917 law underpinning Congress's authority to control the nation's debt limit could be held in question against the U.S. Constitution. U.S. Senate Democrats have urged President Biden to keep the 14th Amendment in mind if a final agreement with Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on budgets and spending can't be reached. A portion of the amendment reads the U.S. full faith and credit shall not be in question. On Thursday, Speaker McCarthy said he feels more optimistic a deal might come together by next week. Several FBI whistleblowers claim the Bureau retaliated against them for reporting misconduct in the agency.
At each level of my chain of command, leadership cautioned that despite my exemplary work performance, whistleblowing placed my otherwise bright future with the FBI at risk.
In testimony before House Subcommittee, former FBI Special Agent Stephen Friend said the FBI suspended him without pay related to the January 6th Capitol riot. He said those investigations deviated from standard practices. A Florida congressman's calling out President Biden for his interpretation of what's really going on at the border.
Biden is threatening to veto an immigration reform package that passed in the House last week.
He claimed that the current approach to the border, the administration's approach is, quote, I'm going to quote it, safe, orderly, and humane.
But Representative Mario Diaz-Balart from South Florida says that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm Dave Collins.
The U.S. and G7 countries unveil a new package of sanctions and export controls against Russia over its war against Ukraine. And Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has introduced articles of impeachment against President Biden. The Republican alleges he's violated his oath of office by not securing the country's borders and protecting national security. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Migrants are being moved from a New York City school gym after parents protested the decision to hold them there. The incident turning into a flashpoint of the immigration surge in the U.S. Parents at PS 188 in Coney Island say they were never informed of New York City Mayor Eric Adams' plan to house the migrants there and immediately began protesting in front of the school. Adams soon backed off the plan and moved the migrants to a temporary shelter. The smoke from massive wildfires in Canada is impacting U.S. skies and driving conditions. National Weather Service meteorologist Dylan Dodson explains how the smoke's able to travel more than 1,000 miles.
You always see those plots of the jet stream and the winds aloft. It gets kind of caught up in that, and then it just kind of drifts down to wherever that flow is at the time. So it just so happens that Iowa's within that, and it's drifting down into us.
Residents in Seattle, Pittsburgh, Chicago, the Twin Cities, Bismarck, Topeka, Kansas, and Pendleton, Oregon, and elsewhere are being warned of the smoke. And Nike is removing Memphis Grizzlies star Ja Morant's sneakers from its website after he was shown holding a firearm in a social media video for the second time in less than 2 months. Morant was seen holding a firearm in an Instagram Live video last weekend just after having been suspended 8 games for an Instagram Live video in which he appeared to be holding a firearm in a Denver nightclub. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, let me see here. Final hour. Here we go on a Friday. Good to have you on board. Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hey, I was able to, I think Hillbilly was the one asking earlier if I had shared any photographs of Horse Feather's fire truck there and that he rolled in the Mother's Day convoy. I was able to steal one off his page a little bit ago. And I put that up about an hour ago. Jack says, does it have a name? Most of us like to give what we're driving a name. I'm driving Old Betsy right now. I don't know if there's... I do see on the front of the truck there it says The Word. Is that... Have to ask Horse Feathers next time we chat. You have a name for your Cincinnatus fire truck. All right, Heatwave, welcome back.
Thank you, senor. Appreciate it. Well, like I said, so Eagle, don't feel like you're the Lone Ranger out there. We're all being affected. At the truck stop on the west side of Albuquerque, the Loves, on top of the hill, there were 3 buses that were, I don't remember the name of it, but I do remember that it was a Hispanic name. It was a Mexican name, Transportes something or another. Not because in the store I didn't see anybody in there. But, and then in Williams, Arizona, yesterday morning, there were 8 buses, all the same company, and they were heading west. And, yeah, they passed me like a bat out of hell on Interstate 40. So, I just said to hell with it. I wasn't going to stop at the Loves. I stopped at the Maverick down there, and I mean it was peaceful at the Maverick. Didn't have to do anything but take care of my business and grab something to chew on. But yeah, we're seeing buses out here. They're just constantly going up north, bringing the north and west, bringing the people to wherever the destination is.
Okay.
And I mean, I sure enough don't like it. And you're right. If you have to be carded for smokes, or if we have to be carded for alcohol purchases to get our mail from the Dutch window at the post office, you got to prove you are who you say you are. To even get seen at a hospital, that there is no reason why we need to let these unvetted people into this country. And then to have the minority scream, oh, well, it's discrimination. We shouldn't have to have an ID to vote. Well, hell yeah, you do. How do I know that you're not, from Canada or Russia or, someplace other than the states you're in,
Mm-hmm.
and that you're a citizen? That doesn't hold water. Because I'm sure minority folks, they like to drink. They buy it. They like going, they go to the hospitals. I'm sure they have to have an ID for that. to pick up their mail. They got to have an ID for that. So, I mean, so many things you need to have an ID for. And this government under Jackass Joe is just saying, no, y'all can come in, but we that are here have to prove that we are who we say we are. I mean, that's a little, it's backwards.
Something wrong with that
completely
picture,
backwards to the way it should be. I mean, when I go to the VA hospital, I have to show them my VA card to even get service there. And then I have to give them the last letter of my the first letter of my last name and the last four of my social before they even verify. And then they even ask me if that's who I am. It's like, well, yeah, I just gave you the numbers, and I've got this card with my picture on it. So there's no wonder why whenever I go into the main entrance and I see Jackass Joe on the wall there, that I salute him with a full bird. I don't care if the other people in there, are aghast at it. I'm just ticked off at what I should put that in parentheses, his policies have done to me and my family, and what kind of threat they are, posing to my family. So, anyways, and if that gets me kicked out of the VA, then so be it. I've got good enough insurance I can get seen by anybody in New Mexico with the hopes that they're a competent doctor.
Right.
So, well, I was just in Salina, Utah earlier this evening, and diesel price was cheaper than the gasoline price by 5 cents. It was like, man, there's something seriously wrong with that picture there, I think. Because, unless we're just that far low on our gasoline supplies that, it's starting to show.
Yeah, that's been the case.
But it's crazy.
It's been happening in several states as of late. I mean, diesel's still about 60, 70 cents a gallon more than regular gas here. But, yeah, I've seen several states. I mean, you go back in the days prior to the ultra-low sulfur diesel. Yeah, diesel always ran a good $1 per gallon less than your regular gasoline. Remember when so many people were buying diesel automobiles because it was so much cheaper for the gas or the fuel. Yeah, those days long gone. I haven't touched on, we've been hearing some of it in the news breaks about the FBI officials testifying this past day. Yeah, some of the testimony says FBI officials were concerned that footage from inside the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th would show undercover agents and confidential informants, according to the whistleblower. George Hill, a retired supervisory intelligence analyst who worked out of the FBI's Boston field office, recounted that the Washington's field office pressured officials in Boston to open investigations on 138 people who attended the rally, even though there were no indications that these individuals violated the law. Boston officials pushed back, saying that they would need evidence like footage of individuals inside the Capitol to open investigations on them. Yeah, happy to do it. Show us where they were inside the Capitol. We'll look into it, said one official. Well, we can't show you those videos unless you can tell us the exact time and place those individuals were inside the Capitol, was the response from the Washington field office. Now, Hill said Boston officials requested why they couldn't get access to the tranche of some 11,000 hours of footage from inside the Capitol. Well, their response was, quote, because there may be UCs, undercover officers, or confidential human sources on those videos whose identity we need to protect. Now, Hill recounted these discussions during his testimony this past day. That clip from the testimony was played during a hearing and detailed in a report the panel released based on whistleblower disclosures. The national headquarters and the Washington field office did not respond to request. Now, going back to the FBI director's Christopher Wray testimony. Yeah, Marcus Allen, another FBI employee who has become a whistleblower, alleged he was retaliated against because he shared an email with other FBI workers that questioned whether Christopher Wray was truthful when he was testifying to Congress. You believe Christopher Wray indicated that there were no confidential informants, no FBI assets that were present at the Capitol on January 6th that were part of that violent riot. Isn't that correct? Yeah, Representative Matt Gaetz questioning. Allen responded, yes, sir. They appeared to be referring to testimony given behind closed doors. After playing the clip of Hill's comments, Gaetz said, you got retaliated against for saying the very thing that the Washington field office was telling Boston. Of course, Wray told one congressional panel in a public hearing late last year he couldn't say whether the Bureau had confidential sources embedded on January 6th. As I'm sure you can appreciate, I have to be very careful about what I can say about when we do and do not, and where we have and do not have confidential human sources. But to the extent there's a suggestion, for example, that the FBI's confidential human sources or FBI employees in some way instigated or orchestrated January 6th, that's categorically false. Wray added later, you should not read anything into my decision not to share information about confidential human sources. Garrett O'Boyle, another special agent who's now a whistleblower, told the House panel he was pressured by at least one agent based in Washington to violate FBI policy and also the law by serving grand jury subpoenas against a person who was the subject of an anonymous tip. They tried to get me to serve a felony grand jury subpoena when there was no proper predicate to do so. During the trial of some Proud Boy members, an FBI informant testified that he helped block law enforcement officers and entered the Capitol. The informant has not been charged. Dozens of people who appeared to commit crimes or definitely committed crimes on January 6th have also gone uncharged, sparking questions about their affiliations. Now, attorneys for the Proud Boys have alleged that there were at least 50 people in that crowd who were undercover police officers or agents or informants. At least 3 undercover Metropolitan Police Department officers were in the crowd. It was revealed in a different case. Body cam footage from undercover officers has been made public. All right, so some of the testimony this past day, but the corruption, that's your Washington field office. 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Get back to the calls here, wherever we leave off there. Yeah, horse feathers.
So when do you and Pappy go for your eye test?
Oh,
Your eye examination.
Well, I know
Read
it's
that chart.
Cincinnatus, but what's does it not say the word on the front? What does it say?
It says the ward.
The ward.
Ward LaFrance. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. So it's close. It's hard. It's old paint. That was hand brushed on paint. So I'll give you credit for that.
Okay.
You were close. One vowel off. Buy another vowel from Vanna, would you?
So is that the name of the truck, the Ward?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it. I mean, it kind of stands out. I mean, it's a truck that is. Actually, to tell you the truth, you put it up next to all the modern trucks, the thing looks pretty small. But in its day, I mean, it was a truck that was very noticeable, and pretty much it doesn't need a siren because it's got one of them two-stroke Detroits in it there. So you pretty much hear it coming about a mile before it gets there, and so it's kind of a unique thing, and. But the thing about it there, and I don't know, we might have some listeners that hadn't heard before, it's actually the same model truck, manufactured model truck as what they used in the TV show Emergency. After they changed from the open cab Crown, they went after I believe the second season, they got an enclosed cab Ward LaFrance. And my truck is actually 17 serial numbers off from the one they used in the Emergency show. So my VIN number is 80-828, and the one on the TV show is 80-811. So we're 17 apart for being sister trucks, and they're both 1973. And the thing about the one they took out to California is that the character Mike Stoker, his real name is Mike Stoker, and it was kind of like Marco Lopez, and they were both Los Angeles County firemen. And the reason that Mike Stoker was always driving the engine in the show was there was a stipulation for driving the fire engine on the streets that it had to be done by an LA County fireman. So he actually was the one that was actually raw.
All right, and it looks like did he lose his cell? Maybe I was gonna ask him also if he got a chance to check out the electric vehicle fire, the truck that I shared as well this morning. But all right, let's see. Let me see if the phones are operational here. Wheelchair Dave. You know what that means? Sounds like I have to reconnect the phones because Dave can't hear me either. I bet he can hear me, but I can't hear him. All right, we got a couple minutes till we hit news break, bottom of the hour, so let me see if I can do a couple clicks of the mouse without having to take a break and see if I can take care of that. All right, host a show. Let's try that. Start the show. Ready to connect. That's what she'll tell me.
Ready to connect.
Yes, I am. Let's do that. All right, meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Before we get back to the calls, let me jump over here to, the unintended consequences. We keep hearing that, the unintended consequences. Residents in the state of Oregon, they put it before the people for a vote to decriminalize. Like many states have decriminalized marijuana, but Oregon took it to the next level. They decriminalized the possession of hard drugs like fentanyl, heroin, and meth. Apparently, they're now regretting that vote. Oregon residents are reconsidering their vote to decriminalize possession of hard drugs after the number of overdoses, the number of homeless people continue to rise. According to DHM research in Portland, 63% of Oregonians surveyed say they want to reinstate criminal punishment for people in possession of drugs. What were they thinking by decriminalizing? That everybody would just, stop using? Or I don't know what the rationale was. I don't think Oregonians want to restart the drug war, said one Portland-based trial attorney. I think we didn't realize that we were signing up for the deterioration of civilized norms and the public spaces being ceded to people in late-stage drug addiction and engaged in all sorts of criminal activity to keep that addiction going. He added that the state has become an international spectacle. Residents are starting to realize they made an enormous mistake when they voted to pass the state's Measure 110, to decriminalize drugs. Meanwhile, more than 60% of the voters surveyed by DHM said the vote to decriminalize drugs has made crime, addiction, and homelessness in their state even worse. All age demographic surveys supported bringing back criminal penalties for possession. Support among 18 to 29-year-olds, the lowest, at 51%. Republicans at 80%, the most supportive of bringing back the penalties. That Measure 110 also redirected a portion of the state's marijuana tax revenue away from schools and local government and toward harm reduction efforts like overdose prevention. An Oregon Health and Science University study found that treatment has become hard to get in the state. A recent audit also showed the agency could not give any data that shows how hundreds of millions of dollars tagged for addiction services has actually been spent in the state. But it didn't take long, did it, to regret the day of legalizing the hard drugs. Other states maybe take note of that when someone suggests putting it before the people.
USA News Update. A group of TikTok users are suing to stop Montana's new all-out ban on the social media platform. Governor Greg Gianforte signed the legislation to ban TikTok on Wednesday. He even said he believed social media bans need to be taken further.
I would have liked to have picked up other social media apps owned by foreign adversaries, but this is a good step in the right direction.
TikTok is owned by Chinese tech company ByteDance, which denies claims that it sells users' data to the Chinese government. The ban takes effect January 1st of next year. The U.S. Senate will go forward with its planned recess next week, even as Congress is on a time crunch to raise the debt ceiling and avoid a default. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said negotiations on the budget and spending between the White House and House Republicans are making progress, and the House will likely vote on an agreement next week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it,
That sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we are, back at it. Yes, it was on my end.
Okay. Yeah, you were a little garbly when I got called back in there. It was all, and then it disconnected me right immediately. So, anyway, so yeah, that truck got driven by Mike Stoker from Elmira, New York, and they took it to Washington, D.C., and I guess they saw everybody down there in that area and don't know exactly which people it was there in 1972 they got to associate with there. And then they drove that truck from Washington, D.C. all the way across the country to take it out to Los Angeles, California to have it out there for the start of the 1973 series show of the, season premiere of the
Right.
73 series.
Right.
So anyways, that was kind of the history of getting that truck there and having that truck in the show and that France, the United Artists didn't purchase it. It was actually furnished out there to them. And then after the show ended, it actually went to Los Angeles County, and they actually had it at a state park, and it served close to 20 years of fire service in a state park out there in California before the Los Angeles County Fire Museum ended up with it. So
how about that?
And then they brought it back. They I guess they understood the importance of the truck when it was out there in that position of the actual in service. So anything they did, they changed to it. They actually documented, and the parts they took off, they actually put them in a storeroom, and then they had all those. And since the Los Angeles County Fire Museum got it, they actually restored it back to what it was originally in the TV show, and that's what you see on display out there when you get to go out there. If you get I forget the address of the place out there, it's out near Hollywood area somewhere. But it's kind of an interesting thing to see. I haven't actually been into the museum itself. I've been by it. We were out there the one time. We've been by it. It wasn't open, and got to see all the stuff outside and everything. But seen a lot of pictures inside, and I've talked to a few of the people that I've kind of gotten a hold of out there, just working on mine and trying to get some information and seeing what I can find for parts and what they do to chase parts down and stuff. So an interesting group of people to talk to out there. So I can't say all Californians are bad, I guess, but anyways.
I still tune into my emergency old episodes on any given day because it runs from like 11 till like 2, like back-to-back episodes on the Cozy channel there. And what amazes me is they always had, whenever they checked in, they're out on a run somewhere, and every time they'd cue that microphone, there was always somebody there at the hospital right there to answer that call. I don't think in the real world somebody's right there.
I don't know if they're that far away. When I was doing it there 20 some years ago, the response was pretty quick there, just like was on the TV show.
Really?
So, and I think even more modern systems now. I think they don't have to be tied right to the board like that. But yeah, we had pretty instantaneous communication with the hospital when we were able to call in. And the thing about it is what they were showing they were doing there in the early 70s was still the same as when I was doing it in the 80s. They didn't really have the biophone type thing. We had something different. We were actually able to use regular radio communications instead of having to have that big biophone box that they carried around. But it still was the same basic principle all the way around. And the as far as having, the qualified person, if you were regular EMT or first responder, you could only do so much. But if you were all the way up to the higher EMTs or paramedic, you were able to get into that drug box and pull a lot of the stuff out that the doctors actually used and administer right out in the field before we even transported or during transport. There was a lot of times I remember them. I was driving the ambulance and they'd want me to stop so they could, start an IV or do something different with something. And it was, ordered by the doctors, and, they were performing what the doctors ordered en route to the hospital. And it was really kind of pretty amazing the amount of life-saving things that you could actually do out in the field that would be done either in the emergency room for treatment to stabilize somebody. But anyways, now we've completely bored the whole listening audience. No, I haven't seen the truck fire there in the yard yet, but the only thing I can figure from what you were saying about it is they actually used a ladder truck and put the water on just to have a deluge on it, and then they could actually back all your manpower away in case there was actually any problem with the battery, that decided it wanted to blow up or something. You establish your water source to it, and you do all your operation from further away, and just just leave that one truck committed in there to do this job of spraying the water on it.
It's pretty much what they were
just
doing. Obviously, the fire was on the underside of the truck, and of course, the ladder truck had the ladder over the top. So, I mean, it wasn't doing much to actually hit the flames, but for the high quantity of water that was going on it wasn't doing much of anything. Wheelchair Dave, hey there.
Hey, Steve. Pretty interesting stories there with old horse feathers and that show Emergency. I too watch that show sometimes, in fact, and I have some questions. So, horse feathers, I hope you stay listening because I have a couple questions about that TV show. But what I'd like to get to first, if you don't mind, I want to talk about the vintage go-kart racing this weekend, Friday and Saturday, over at Batavia go-kart track there in Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
I sure wish now there is enough parking spaces for trucks. So any of you guys that are out on routes and want to just stop in for a while or whatever, please feel free to stop in at the track out there. But Steve, for you, Saturday would probably be better for you and the grandkids because now each day, Friday and Saturday, it'll be 9 to 5 out there. And on Saturday, there'll be a go-kart show first. All the go-karts will come out on the track and be on stands and stuff, and the drivers will be out there. And, you can talk to them, and they let everybody walk around, take pictures, all that stuff, tell you the history of karting and things of that nature. But then they have the final races on Saturday and the award ceremonies and stuff like that. Now, what you're going to be seeing is you'll be seeing single go-kart racing, single motor racing. You'll see dual motors. You'll see beginners, juniors. You'll see senior class, which is over 60 for all us old people. And then you'll see C Open class, which is over 100 mile an hour class. There will be a guy, Lake Speed, old NASCAR guy. He's also a reverend, so very nice to talk to. Hey, it's a Christian atmosphere. It's clean, very nice. Everybody, please, if you get a chance, this vintage go-kart racing is a lot of fun. Okay, Steve, can I ask some questions now to Horse Brothers about the emergency?
Lay it on us. Absolutely.
Okay, as I said, I too watched that show, and my favorite actor on that show happened to be that Robert Fuller, the doctor that plays. And the reason I like him so much is because I watch him in all his black and white cowboy series stuff, from Laramie to Wagon Train to, all that early late 1950s, early 1960s black and white actors in cowboy shows. That's the stuff that I like. But there's one particular show that they did, and I can't seem to find it, even though I've looked through the series. There's one show where the older actors, now the actors, what I'm talking about, like Gabby Hayes, people from the 50s, actors from the 50s, well, actually are in that 40 and /50s. They played in this episode where they're all at a community nursing home, community center, okay?
Yeah.
It's somewhere out in California. And, these people are retired in their life, and they're showing, how people live in a smaller downsize and live in little apartments. And, they get up and go to park and feed the pigeons, popcorn and seed and stuff like that. And that becomes the activity today, where these senior people, go to the park and feed the birds. But one day, as all the seniors go out there to feed the birds, some of the seniors aren't there anymore. And what's happened is they've passed away, okay? And so they show that, and the thing about it is the emergency squad comes out there, emergency comes out there, and they actually, help these seniors and try to protect them and try to keep them from, heart attacks and stuff like that. but I don't know what episode it was, and it really, really bugs me because it was a real, it's so realistic that, hey, I'd like to know what episode it was and see it again. So, Horse Feathers, if you can remember what episode that was, I sure would appreciate you letting me know on that.
All right.
Okay.
Very good. And that particular episode's not really ringing a bell with me. So, yeah, maybe they'll do a rerun one of these days. Hey, let's head down to Scarecrow on board this morning. Hey there. You know what? You just followed Horse Feathers. Well, you had one in between. We squeezed one in between there.
But I heard him come on. Oh, come on! You got to be kidding. But, yeah, wheelchair Dave took the.
There you go.
Thanks go out to Horse Feathers though for not giving that big Uber bus of his some tired, worn out name like Big Red or Old Red. That would have really nailed it. Oh, goodness gracious. I got to kind of wonder how many old COVID masks are going to be coming out of drawers and whatnot up here in the Badger. We've got that dirty air alert going, at least, I think, over the southwestern corner of the state, I believe. So, well, I'm sure somebody will be out there running the screaming the sky is falling and such. And Steve, play on words here, Steve, your son Steven there, he's missed out on a little opportunity for a road trip up here to the Badger. A bride, she's put together a little pooch visit to the daycare center. Actually, two of the parents are both state troopers up here, and one has the pooch that rides around with them all the time. So maybe in a couple of years, maybe she can do it again. We'll get Steve to come fill in up here.
There you go.
Presentation. I don't know. I haven't know when she's going to have it done or whatnot myself. I guess I'm curious about it. I'd try to work into my program if at all possible here. But yeah, so that's kind of cool. Beyond that, yeah, I guess that is casualness and whatnot. I've been kind of thinking the last few minutes here. I'm often embarrassed to be making known that I drive a day cab around, Steve. Now, I paid my dues. I've got a couple million with a bunk behind me, but this is what it is right now. And every single night when I'm fueling, it'll be the same, half dozen trucks or whatever. They come in like they're practicing for a NASCAR, NASCAR quick pit stop contest or whatever. And no, they're not fighting the clock either, because it'll be the same one that I hit every single night. It's not a rare occasion or whatnot. So yeah, I know there's plenty of us day cabbers that make assholes of themselves, but there's an overabundance of road drivers out there too that are in the same category. So, but regardless, yeah, that's been doing a slow burn on that. See, we got a little time. Yeah, I'll throw this at you a little more casualness, then you can get another call or two in here. There's been a commercial that has run on and off the last couple of weeks featuring Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and previous known by Lou Alcindor. Well, he come out of high school in the 60s, and he was probably, if not, he was one of the two most heavily recruited individuals in high school at the time. Both recruiters and scouts and whatnot were keeping really close tabs on him. I say one of two. Steve, the other individual, went by the name of Eno Hendrickson. Eno, he grew up, lived on a family farm only about a quarter mile down the road from my grandparents' place. went to school in Holman High School, just north of La Crosse. And he was recruited beyond what could be imagined for a local boy like that. I mean, he stood, I don't know, 7'1", 7'2", something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the way things played out, Javar, he looked at basketball as his future, and though I think he did go on to play at maybe UW Madison or such. Basketball really was not in his heart and whatnot, such. But no, that I was too young at the time to realize what was going on. But this is all and stories, they can grow and whatnot, grow bigger than life. But yeah, it was those two, pretty much the top two recruits in the country for prospects anyway. So that's all I'm going to throw at you right now. We'll let you carry on. Have a good weekend, man.
You do the same. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Have a great morning. Let me see here. Yes, 5-7. We're heading down the home stretch here.
Was not bored at all hearing about that fire truck, movie truck. That's amazing that Horse Feathers was able to, that's his 57 Chevy convertible, man. The man works hard and he made his dream come true. Of course, with me, it would be more like I'd rather have a fire chief car from the 50s, 57 Ford, Chevy, Plymouth, or something like that. That'd be cool. Somebody ran out and restored the 55 Peterbilt with the tanker. They've got the Cameo tanker truck from Zool. You've got Moving On. Somebody's kept keeping that alive, so that's absolutely amazing.
Yep.
There was a question earlier about these people out west. What were they thinking? Well, what they were thinking is like my tug of rope. The conservatives, I guess, let go of the rope instead of being pulled into the cesspool. And what happened to the Democrats? They landed on their rear end. Now they got a problem. And, making these drugs legal, what it is these colleges, these hippies from the 60s that rebelled against the morality of our country. And they were saying that this is the way to go, because they're better than what, they're better than what our parents were, I guess. But guess what? It didn't work out there. So, like California, I said, on this all-electric stuff, can you imagine fighting a fire and you're trying to put a fire out in the house and you turn around and hear your fire truck catches fire? Now what do you do with the water? The only thing I can tell you at that point, it's time to resign from the fire department. It's time to head for the hills. But these crazy ideas, these liberals want us to do this. Like I said, California, show us how it's done. And I don't know. Maybe one day we'll figure out how to make batteries, and this won't be such a bad idea.
Yeah, right. I mean, but for the sheer number of incidents we're seeing, I mean, for the small number of electric vehicles that are out there versus the number of fires and incidents we're already seeing, can you imagine when everybody's got them, there's going to be car fires all over the damn place.
Well, I imagine you still ain't allowed. You're still asked not to park your Chevy Spark in the garage. And after seeing the video you put out, I wouldn't put any electric car in the garage. I'd park it out on the street and away from trees and brush. Maybe I'd park it down the road in the mall parking lot. What do you think? Out in the back of the mall. And those fires were scary looking. And I mean, all of a sudden, boom, the thing catches on fire, and you've got 2 or 3 babies strapped in the back seat, infants and car seats. So, yeah, crazy world we live in. Hey, Steve, have absolutely a great weekend. Get refreshed, and let's do it again. I'll be waiting for my notification come Monday morning.
You know what? And Cap and Ron will be first out of the box to say, welcome to the best day of the week. Have you seen the Tesla calendar that they came out with? It's a spoof thing, But, you see it on like Facebook and Instagram. It's finally here, the all-new Tesla calendar. Yeah, there's a different car fire, a different Tesla on fire for each month of the year. Eagle, you're going to wrap it up for us this Friday morning. What you got?
Yeah, hold on for a minute. Okay. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to say, you gonna be on Sunday night this week.
We'll be back Monday morning, Sunday night, Monday morning. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Hopefully, they have more information coming out, about what's going on down in Texas. With the situation. I could update you on that to see if any progress is being made on Sunday night and the NASCAR All-Star race. I'll be watching that on Saturday or either Sunday. Well, I can't remember which day it is, but I'll be looking at that and update you on that deal there. And let me see, one other thing I wanted to say before I hang up. I had asked you that question last night, but it seems like a lot of your callers, Steve, over the last couple of days that I'm not ready to put Trump in the trash can, but a lot of people are and put in, DeSantis as the representative for the Republicans. You have to see how it goes the next couple of months, but I'm sticking with Trump for right now. But if things start looking bad, then I may have to jump on the other man, the governor of Florida's train, and hopefully he can ride it right to the White House, either one of them. But we got to make a change. It's simple as that. And thanks for taking my call. I'll call back on Sunday night.
All right. We'll look forward to it. Yeah, it looks like, Eagle mentioned that last evening, and I did indeed find this past day DeSantis suggested to donors in a phone call yesterday, Thursday, that he's the only candidate that can beat Joe Biden. And I guess he's officially going to be jumping into the race. Substantiated by a reporter for the New York Times who listened in on the conversation. DeSantis had a very confident demeanor throughout the call. He pretty much all but declared his candidacy, telling supporters, you have basically three people at this point that are credible in this whole thing, which he said is himself, Biden, and former President Donald Trump. All these others that are jumping into the race, and I mean, the list continues to grow at the same time. Others looking for the nomination. So, hey, we'll see where it goes. That may be a Monday, Tuesday, maybe even do it over the weekend. Who knows? But yeah, we close things out here on a Friday morning. Have a wonderful, safe weekend, and hope you can join us back again at the midnight hour Sunday night as we'll kick off a brand new week.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.